Every coastline tells a story, and every harbour has its warnings. We trust steel, radar, and satellite maps to keep ships safe, yet even in our time, vessels vanish or sink without clear reasons. Sometimes they leave behind a broken signal, and sometimes nothing at all. Before we begin, I'd like to know something. Where are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Drop it below. I'm always fascinated by how far these stories travel. From one ocean to another. What follows isn't folklore or distant legend. These are modern sinkings, cargo ships, ferries, fishing boats, lost in ways that defy explanation. Each carried lives, and each left questions that remain unanswered. For the next few hours, we'll move through their final transmissions, the waters they crossed, and the mysteries they left behind. So settle in, let the waves carry you, and let's begin. Out on open water. Silence doesn't mean safety, because seas can turn without notice, and ships can shift in ways their crews never expected. A vessel that looks steady at the horizon may not stay that way beneath your feet, and sometimes the change happens so fast that even trained men can't react. There have been nights when large carriers leaned suddenly, rolling hard while skies stayed calm, and the weight of steel seemed to vanish, as if the ocean had claimed it all at once. Witnesses say it was not the storm that mattered, nor the wind, but something in the water itself that made the ship surrender. Compartments designed to keep her upright folded quickly, and before signals could leave the bridge, the sea had taken everything. Sailors who tell these stories rarely raise their voices, and in their words you hear not fear, but recognition, because the ocean has always been both our highway and our horizon, guiding trade and travel, yet reminding us that it never belonged to us. Bulk carriers move slowly, carrying iron ore and coal across oceans, and their size makes them feel unshakable. Yet crews have watched them vanish into storms without a call for help, as though their radios fell silent before the sea even reached them. Families waited for signals, yet all they received was stillness, and when the wreckage was later found, it lay scattered in pieces too wide apart to fit together. What drew attention was not only the violence of the sea, but the quiet that came first, a gap where alarms should have sounded. Investigators offered theories: rogue waves, sudden collapse of holds, hidden flaws in steel, but the explanations never matched the silence of the final hours. For those who worked on such vessels afterward, it became a quiet memory passed between watches, that sometimes the sea does not strike loudly, it simply takes without a word. Fishing trawlers tell their own stories, and among them is the case of one vessel that set out from port with seasoned men and never returned. The weather that night was calm, the sea ordinary, and nothing in the forecast suggested trouble. No signal was sent, and when search teams combed the waters, they found no wreckage for years. When at last the ship's remains were located, what struck divers was the strange absence of damage. Plates were missing as if they had been lifted, not torn, and corridors inside looked bare, as though the sea itself had cleaned them. Officials named it an accident, yet families still wondered how an accident could leave no warning. In coastal towns, the story was not told as tragedy, but as a kind of reminder. The trawler did not fight, did not struggle, it simply disappeared, leaving silence in its place. Silence heavier than grief. On the Atlantic routes, ferries carry hundreds of passengers at a time, and their decks are built for safety. Yet one night, a ferry began to list without storm or impact, tilting slowly at first, and then sharply enough that lifeboats could not be lowered. Survivors later described the sound of steel bending, not from waves above, but from pressure below. The official cause was never pinned to one thing, and reports shifted from overloaded cargo to mechanical failure, yet none explained why distress calls stopped midway through sentences. Rescue ships arrived to find floating debris, yet the questions remained. Why did the vessel not hold longer? Why did it not call louder? For those who cross by ferry even now, the thought is hard to set aside. The ocean is not always dramatic. Sometimes it waits quietly, then moves in its own time, and nothing man-made resists. Cargo ships, sail with technology that measures every detail, the weather, the current, the pressure on their hulls. Yet there are cases when all those readings showed normal, and the ship still failed. One crew described hearing a deep knock, steady and low, that came from below the waterline, and then within minutes the vessel tilted. Taking in water, it should have resisted. When divers later examined the wreck, the holds were intact, and nothing explained the breach. Engineers tested for corrosion, fatigue and cracks, but none of it accounted for the sudden speed of the end. It seemed less like a slow leak, and more like the ocean had pressed in all at once. Crews who heard those stories afterwards said it was the knocking they remembered most. It was not thunder, not machinery, but a sound that reminded them that the ocean listens, and sometimes it answers. There are stories of tankers that vanished almost silently, leaving only oil sheens on the water. Their size should have made them nearly unsinkable, yet investigators found no signs of fire or explosion, only absence. In one case, the final message was nothing more than a single unfinished word, broken mid-syllable, and then silence. Search crews scoured thousands of miles, guided by satellite images, yet what they found was scattered debris with no pattern. Some pieces floated miles apart, while others looked untouched, as though lifted and placed back on the sea. For families waiting at the shore, the hardest part was not knowing whether the crew had minutes, seconds, or no time at all. The reports spoke of mechanical failure, but those who read them knew the words were only placeholders. What really happened was left beneath the waves, written in silence the ocean never explained. Passenger ships bring another weight to these stories, for when they falter, they carry not only cargo but entire families. On one voyage, passengers spoke of a sudden shudder that rippled through the decks, though the weather was calm and stars were still above. Crew members hurried to reassure, but within the hour, the ship leaned heavily, and water swept across corridors, designed to remain dry. The strange part was that rescue teams later found lifeboats untouched, still hanging where they had been stored, as though no time was given to launch them. The explanation offered was rapid flooding, yet the angles of collapse suggested something more sudden, more complete. Passengers who survived described the moment not as panic, but as disbelief. They remembered the quiet just before the tilt, the silence of water moving where it should not, and how quickly ordinary conversation gave way to darkness. Even naval ships, built to withstand impact and pressure, have not escaped mystery. One went down during a training exercise, with weather calm and conditions ordinary. The distress signal sent was clear, but incomplete, and before the location could be locked, it ended. Later searches found the wreck split in ways no drill could explain. Theories filled reports: torpedo accidents, equipment failure, sudden flooding, but none could explain how compartments designed for war collapsed so easily. What lingered was not only the absence of a full report, but the knowledge that such vessels are built to stay afloat, even when struck. For those who served on ships afterward, the story was not shared loudly but carefully, as though speaking of it too openly gave it weight. The Navy called it a loss, but the men remembered it differently. They remembered the silence of strong steel folding without reason. Tugboats and smaller craft are not often named in headlines, yet their disappearances strike coastal towns hardest. One tug, guiding a larger ship, fell behind on a clear morning, and when the lead vessel turned back, there was only empty sea. No flare, no call, just absence. Later, fragments washed ashore, but the hull was never recovered. Families searched records, and officials spoke of sudden mechanical failure, yet none of that explained how a crew with radios so close to shore gave no warning. In the harbours of Canada, the story is told as a quiet caution. You may be within sight of land, and the sea may look steady, but distance does not measure safety. For the families left behind, the tug was not forgotten because it was small, but because its loss reminded them that no size and no closeness keeps the ocean from choosing otherwise. Off the coast of Australia, fishing fleets spoke of a vessel that failed to return, though the skies had been clear and the radio had been steady the day before. When search planes circled, they saw nothing but calm water, and it was only weeks later that a life buoy surfaced, drifting alone. What troubled investigators was the lack of debris. A sinking leaves traces, yet here the sea gave back almost nothing, as though it had chosen to keep it all. Officials called it sudden flooding, but crews nearby remembered hearing nothing unusual on the airwaves. No call, no static, not even a faint signal. In coastal towns, the story is repeated not as a warning, but as a memory. The vessel should have returned, but it did not, and the silence of its absence speaks more clearly than reports ever did. On North American waters, barges move constantly, pulled by strong engines, yet there was one that vanished in a storm far gentler than others it had faced. Crews nearby reported hearing a heavy crack like thunder, though no lightning split the sky. When they searched the next day, the barge was gone, and only fragments of timber floated on the waves. Engineers argued it was poor maintenance, but seasoned captains doubted it, because the vessel had passed inspection weeks earlier. The memory that stayed with witnesses was the sound, a deep crack that felt less like breakage and more like a hollow echo beneath the sea. For those who still guide barges today, the tale is spoken quietly. It isn't told as fear, but as reminder that rivers flow into oceans, and oceans keep their own rules, rules that even fresh paint and strong engines cannot change. Coastal freighters often sail short routes, moving supplies from island to island, yet sometimes even these vanish without reason. One such freighter left port under clear skies, carrying food and fuel, but never arrived at its next harbour. Days of searching brought nothing, until eventually a single container was found drifting empty. What unsettled crews most was the absence of a mayday. The freighter had full communication gear, and the distance between ports was short enough that a distress call should have been immediate. Instead, silence filled the air, and the freighter passed into memory without answers. In small ports, people still point to the empty container that was hauled in and placed ashore. It is a reminder that even when land seems close and routes are familiar, the sea can still close its hand without leaving reason, and what it keeps, it does not return. Ice routes are some of the hardest, and ships that travel them carry reinforced hulls. Yet one cargo vessel in northern waters failed without warning, leaving search crews to comb through drifting ice. They found scattered pieces, yet the main wreck lay hidden beneath sheets too heavy to break. Reports suggested sudden ice pressure, but survivors from nearby vessels told of no warning, no grinding, only a strange stillness before the ship was gone. They said it was as though the ice had opened beneath it and closed again without sound. For those who work those routes, the memory is heavy. They know ice is alive, shifting and moving, yet they also know steel is built to resist it. And still, one ship disappeared, not with the roar of collision, but with silence, and silence is what makes the loss impossible to explain even now. Near tropical routes, storms are common, yet there was a cargo ship that went down on a day marked by calm skies. Its crew never sent a message, and when planes searched later, they found only a few planks floating together, as though arranged. Investigators studied weather records and declared the loss unusual but unresolved, and speculation grew. Some said rogue wave, others spoke of shifting ballast, but no answer explained the calm that surrounded the wreck. Those who heard the story at sea began to mark the area in their own charts, a quiet practice not written in official maps. They avoided the waters, not because they believed in curses, but because no one trusted a sea that could swallow a ship so gently, so quietly, that not even a cry carried back to shore. Toward the end of our first few moments together, it is clear that whether ships are massive carriers or small trawlers, the stories repeat. They disappear not always with violence, but often with silence, and silence unsettles us more than wreckage. Families wait for calls, but no words come, and search teams find fragments that don't explain the whole. The reports speak of storms, of floods, of steel failing, yet the rhythm across oceans is the same. Ships vanish quickly, leaving behind questions that grow heavier than waves. As we close this first part of the journey, the pattern is plain. From carriers in open seas to small boats near home shores, the ocean chooses its own time, and technology does not always answer back. And as we move forward, the stories will deepen, because the mysteries do not grow fewer with size, they grow stranger. The first section left us with fragments, floating debris, and silence that carried heavier than storm winds. Yet as we move forward, the stories sharpen. Now we hear of ships that were seen one moment and gone the next, as if they had stepped off the map itself. And what makes these accounts striking is that they come not from forgotten centuries, but from the modern world, with satellites overhead and radios tuned to every frequency. One container ship was spotted by a passing vessel, steaming steady along its course. Yet when that same vessel looked again less than an hour later, there was only water. Calls went unanswered, and search planes scoured the coordinates, but nothing remained. Reports filed later spoke of navigation error, yet the crew of the witness ship swore they had seen her clearly. The ocean does not erase so quickly, but sometimes it does. On the Great Lakes, ships sail fresh water that looks calmer than the sea, yet their stories are no less strange. One freighter crossed Lake Superior with cargo secure and weather mild, but halfway across, it vanished. Later divers found the wreck resting upright on the lake bed, as though it had been lowered carefully rather than torn down. The most unsettling part was the condition of the ship. Its decks were clean, almost untouched, and doors were closed as if nothing had been rushed. Instruments showed no signs of fire or flooding, only a sudden descent. Mariners nearby said the lake had been still, yet some spoke of feeling a tremor through their own hulls, faint but clear, as though the water itself had shifted. For communities along the lakeshore, the story lives on. The inland seas look gentle, but they carry mysteries as deep and cold as any ocean. In the Pacific, a bulk carrier disappeared in fair weather, leaving a trail of broken transmissions. The radio crackled once, cut mid-sentence, and then fell into silence. When rescuers arrived, they found only lifeboats adrift, perfectly intact but empty. Investigators suggested the crew may have abandoned ship, yet the vessel itself was gone, and the sea gave back no hull. To leave lifeboats floating without distress flares, without a word, is a contradiction. Sailors still discuss. Survivors of nearby ships said they remembered the strange unease of passing through that stretch afterward, as though the ocean itself was listening. It is one thing when storms tear steel apart, and another when silence takes its place. The cargo had vanished with the crew, and even decades later, the thought returns each time a ship's radio falters for a moment longer than it should. Coastal ferries are often thought of as safe, running short distances between harbours, yet one route turned ordinary into strange. A ferry left in the morning with families on board, and by nightfall it had not arrived. Coast guards found clothing and luggage floating, but no hull and no trace of machinery. The official record marked the loss as fire at sea, but survivors were never found, and no smoke was reported by nearby vessels. For island communities, the absence grew into stories shared quietly, of waters that could open and close without sign. The strangeness was not only in the loss itself, but in the way everything seemed too clean, clothing afloat, yet no burn marks, luggage sealed, yet drifting without ship. The explanation did not settle, and so the story grew. Even on familiar routes, the water holds its own rules, and it does not explain them. Among oil tankers, safety drills are constant, yet one voyage ended with a silence no drill could explain. The last message from the bridge reported calm weather and normal speed, and then nothing followed. Hours later, a slick was spotted, yet the hull itself was missing. Divers later found fragments twisted inward, as if pressure had come from outside, not within. Engineers debated endlessly. Was it sudden explosion? Was it design flaw? But none could account for the absence of warning. Crews trained to call Mayday would not fall silent unless time itself had been taken. For workers on rigs nearby, the story travelled quickly. They spoke less of explosions and more of silence, the way silence arrived faster than machinery could answer. and they still say that when oil floats thick on calm water, it feels not like accident, but like something returned with nothing more to give. Naval patrol vessels are built to resist attack, yet one went down during a routine passage as though swallowed whole. The log showed nothing unusual, only notes about weather clear and crew at rest, and then the log ended. What baffled divers afterwards was the shape of the wreck. It lay in pieces, but the steel looked unbroken by fire. Plates folded back, as though bent by hand, clean and precise. Reports avoided speculation, pointing to internal failure, yet those who saw the wreck quietly disagreed. The bending was too neat, too final, and too fast. Sailors who heard the tale afterward did not ask many questions. They knew that some answers are never written in public pages, and they knew that even steel meant for battle is still only steel. When the ocean chooses, even the strongest patrol can vanish like driftwood. Fishing fleets in the North Atlantic. Remember the loss of one vessel that was almost ordinary. The boat left at dusk, nets ready and radio steady. Hours later, a garbled call came through. Not a word but a sound like rushing wind, and then silence. When the wreck was found, nets were neatly stowed, as though the crew had finished their work. Cabins below showed no signs of struggle. It was as if time had paused, water had entered, and then all had been lowered to the seabed in silence. Locals still speak of it as the quiet sinking, because it left no fear in its traces, only a sense of unfinished business. Men who fish those waters today glance at their radios more often than they admit, waiting for silence and hoping it will not come again. Across Australia's southern coast, coastal freighters are a lifeline for small communities, but one voyage ended without sound. The ship left with food and supplies, and halfway across, it fell silent. When search teams went out, they found crates floating dry, sealed and undamaged, but no hull to hold them. Explanations settled on sudden flooding, yet no cracks or burns appeared on the containers. They floated as though placed there, reminders of cargo without carrier. Islanders spoke of the water turning glassy that night, calm enough to hear fish break the surface, and yet no crew called. For weeks afterward, locals searched the waves for more debris, but the sea did not return it. What drifted ashore was not wreckage, but reminders, sealed boxes, letters still inside, envelopes, fragments of days that ended too soon, and people said the ocean had kept the rest for itself. On the coasts of Canada, tugboats and barges are part of daily life, and their losses are felt in small towns first. One tug slipped behind while towing, and when the lead vessel checked back, the line trailed empty. No call had been sent, and though currents were mild, no hull was recovered. Theories circled about poor maintenance, yet the tug had passed inspection recently. Witnesses on the lead vessel remembered a faint thump, like something heavy brushing their own hull, and then nothing behind them but water. Families still tell the story, as though it happened yesterday. They say distance from shore does not matter, when the ocean chooses otherwise, because sometimes safety feels close, but it is not. And they add the quiet truth every mariner knows: even small craft deserve the same respect as ships 3 times their size. In the Indian Ocean, a bulk freighter went missing in waters charted for centuries, and search teams had little to follow. A single distress word was caught on radio, cut off before it became a sentence, and then silence returned. Weeks later, fragments floated ashore, but divers never found the wreck. Some suspected piracy, others spoke of hidden faults, yet neither explained the silence. If pirates had boarded, there would have been signs, and if machinery had failed, the crew would have called. Mariners crossing the same lanes afterward spoke of unease, because they passed through calm water with radios tuned high, waiting for the same silence to fall. Reports filled pages, but none filled the gap between what was seen and what was found, and that gap is what remains, as wide as the ocean itself. On South American coasts, river mouths pour into oceans, and ships ride those currents with confidence. Yet one freighter leaving port never reached its open water lane, Hours later, its signal stopped, and by morning, small pieces of timber drifted back on the tide. Divers eventually found the wreck in shallow water, but its shape baffled them. It had sunk straight, upright, as though lowered carefully, yet with doors sealed tight. There were no signs of panic inside, no sign of flooding paths, only stillness. Theories leaned towards sudden capsizing, yet the neatness of the wreck argued otherwise. Locals said it looked more like the river had opened beneath the vessel and closed again. For sailors, it was a reminder that danger is not always in storms offshore, but sometimes in the places they trust most, where river and sea meet without warning. A container ship on the Atlantic run sent its last signal routine and calm, but hours later it was gone. Planes found containers drifting upright, yet the ship itself never surfaced again. Engineers argued the loss must have been sudden flooding, but the neat condition of containers raised doubts. Crew should have had time to call, and yet no mayday was heard. Survivors from nearby vessels recalled seeing the sea turn dark, as though something beneath had moved, though no storm followed. The report ended with no cause, yet sailors carried the memory into their own voyages. They said the silence that came from the radios that night was heavier than static, because static meant interference, but silence meant something had ended completely, and that kind of silence is the hardest sound for seafarers to forget. In northern waters, a passenger ferry once tilted without reason, and families on board felt the floor roll beneath them before any storm had begun. Crew members tried to calm passengers, yet within minutes the vessel leaned too far, and water flooded stairwells. Survivors described hearing a groan, like pressure building deep below, and then the ship slid under with lifeboats still hanging. Rescuers pulled people from the water, yet the official cause remained vague. Ballast trouble perhaps, or rapid flooding, but nothing matched the speed of collapse. For those who survived, the sound of the groan was what remained in memory. It was not thunder, not impact, but something internal and steady, as though the sea had pressed from beneath. Each time ferries tilt now, even for a moment, passengers remember that one night when the ordinary voyage became a silence no one could explain. Some ships disappear, not far from shore, but in sight of it. A freighter was once seen by families standing on the beach, its lights steady, its course direct. Minutes later, those same families looked again, and nothing remained but dark horizon. Rescue vessels were launched, but they found no wreckage. Locals insisted they had seen her clearly, yet officials called it human error. Still, the families knew what they saw, and they kept telling it for years. The loss became less about one ship, and more about the strangeness of watching something vanish in front of you. Mariners spoke of mirages, tricks of light, yet the silence left behind felt heavier than tricks. For the families who saw it, the ocean had not swallowed a story, they had seen it with their own eyes, and that made the silence harder to live with. By the close of this section, the rhythm is clear. Ships vanish without storms, radios fall silent without reason, and the sea gives back fragments that never explain the whole. We have moved from freighters and ferries to tugs and tankers, yet the theme binds them. Silence is the most dangerous current. Investigators fill pages with theories, structural flaws, rogue waves, mechanical failure, yet none resolve the unanswered moment, the gap where words should have been. And when silence lingers, it shapes memory more deeply than wreckage. So as we turn from these fragments toward deeper accounts, keep the pattern in mind. Ships are not lost only to storms, but to silences, and silence is harder to explain than thunder. The stories ahead grow heavier, because the mysteries do not thin as ships grow stronger, they deepen. The last section showed us how silence arrives suddenly, but as we move deeper into these accounts, the details become sharper, and they weigh heavier because they belong to our own time. One container vessel reported normal progress across calm seas, but minutes later, its radio cut out mid-word. Rescue crews later found containers adrift, yet the hull was missing. The neatness of it unsettled investigators. How does a ship vanish while its cargo floats dry, untouched? Mariners spoke of passing through those same waters afterward, describing the way their compasses hesitated, needles shifting without reason. They said it felt as though the sea itself was bending, and the memory of that broken call lingered louder than any wave. It reminded crews that sometimes the danger is not what storms bring, but what silence takes away. Silence can empty an ocean lane faster than thunder ever could. Further north, where ice meets deep water, a freighter vanished while carrying ore to port. The route was familiar, mapped for generations, and the weather that day was steady. Hours later, fragments of timber washed against the ice, but the steel hull itself was never recovered. Divers who later explored said the seabed looked as if something had pressed down and left an imprint, yet the ship was not there. Theories leaned towards sudden capsizing, though no storm supported it. Locals offered simpler words. They said the ice had opened beneath and then closed again. What made the case harder was the absence of panic. Doors were sealed, hatches tight, as though the ship had been lowered carefully, rather than torn apart. Sailors who worked those lanes afterward spoke of hearing muffled groans beneath the ice, like pressure moving in silence. They learned to trust those sounds, though they never explained them. On the Pacific lanes, a passenger ferry tilted so suddenly that lifeboats remained untouched, still hanging in their frames after the vessel was gone. Survivors described the shift as smooth at first, like a long lean, but then sharp enough that stairwells filled before people could move. Rescue ships found belongings drifting, yet cabins inside the wreck were oddly undisturbed. Tables set, doors shut. The official cause was placed on ballast imbalance, but those who heard the survivor accounts doubted it. They remembered the way passengers spoke of a low groan beneath the decks, a sound that carried through the hull just before the ship tipped. To ride ferries afterward was to remember that noise, that deep groan that did not belong to machinery or waves. Even today, passengers lean slightly when the ship does, testing the angle, wondering how quickly ordinary stillness can turn into the silence of collapse. Closer to the Americas, a tanker disappeared after sending a routine position update. The weather was calm, currents ordinary, and radar showed no trouble. Hours later, a sheen stretched across the water, yet no hull was found below. Divers returned weeks later and discovered twisted plates bent inward, as if something pressed against them from outside. Reports called it explosion, yet engineers found no signs of fire. If there had been fire, the debris would have carried marks, but it did not. Crew should have called distress, yet radios remained silent. Nearby vessels said they remembered feeling a vibration through their decks, not violent, but steady enough to shake glass in their cabins. That vibration carried into memory longer than the reports. Theories filled pages, but what crews remembered was simpler. They remembered the silence that followed vibration, and silence is harder to explain than wreckage. Australia's southern coasts have stories of freighters that vanished not far from land. One left harbour at dusk, loaded with food and fuel, but by dawn it had not arrived. Families on shore waited, watching the horizon where its lights should have appeared. Yet nothing came. Search planes circled for days, but the sea gave back only scattered crates, sealed and undamaged. Officials listed the loss as mechanical failure, but locals whispered otherwise. They spoke of the water turning glassy that night, smooth as a mirror, and too still for comfort. For island communities, the empty horizon that morning stayed in memory. It was not the storm that haunted them, but the stillness. Ships can fight storms and often survive, but when the water itself goes silent and still, people say the ocean is watching, and when it watches, it sometimes chooses not to return what it takes. Naval records mention training vessels that never completed their return. One patrol ship left port on schedule, with weather marked calm and exercises simple. Hours later, a broken signal reached shore, not a word, but a sound like static pressed through heavy wind. When rescuers arrived, they found fragments of steel twisted into strange shapes, yet no fire or explosion had left its mark. The report declared it a sudden internal failure, though those who examined the wreck privately doubted it. Plates were bent evenly, as if shaped by hands rather than torn by force. Survivors from nearby craft said they remembered a low hum through their hulls, steady and heavy, like something pulsing in the deep. The case was closed, yet the silence it left became part of naval memory. Even the strongest steel, designed for war, still folds when the ocean decides it should. In the Indian Ocean, a cargo vessel lost contact after sending its routine position. The last word caught on radio was cut mid-sentence, leaving only silence afterward. When rescuers searched, they found lifeboats adrift, but no signs of crew, no fires, no damage. Theories leaned towards sudden evacuation, yet lifeboats were found intact, provisions untouched. If crew had abandoned ship, they would have fired flares, yet no flares were seen. Vessels crossing the same lane later reported compasses drifting, swinging slightly before steadying again. Mariners kept their eyes on the horizon longer than usual, waiting for silence to fall again. In time, the explanation was filed away as accident. Yet crews remembered it differently. They remembered the strange quiet that followed static, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than storm. They knew silence is not absence. It is a presence waiting in the water. On the coast of Australia, a ferry once failed to return from a short passage, and though the distance was small, the silence stretched far. Families waited on shore, watching a horizon that had always brought vessels back. But that night it did not. Search crews found clothing and furniture drifting, yet no hull, no lifeboats, and no trace of the machinery that carried them. Officials wrote it as sudden fire, though no smoke had been sighted by passing ships. Survivors were never found, and so the explanations never settled. What remained was the strangeness of ordinary belongings floating clean, as though gently set adrift. Communities along the coast spoke of it for years. They said the ferry had slipped not into fire, but into stillness, swallowed quietly, and kept whole below. It is the stillness that made the story endure, because storms roar, but stillness whispers louder. In the Atlantic, a container ship radioed its course clearly, the voice of the officer calm and steady, yet hours later there was no signal, and by dawn, only a line of containers floated together, as though arranged. Searchers found no hull, no oil slick, nothing of the steel that should have carried them. Theories filled pages: sudden capsizing, hidden crack, even collision with unseen object, but none accounted for the absence of distress. If crew had time to report calm seas, then surely they had time to call when trouble began. Yet silence answered instead. What troubled nearby vessels was the sight of containers floating like markers, evenly spaced, as though the sea itself had set them there. Mariners avoid that lane even now, not because of superstition, but because they know radios can fail. But silence this complete does not belong to weather alone. The inland seas of Canada are wide enough to carry storms fierce as ocean gales, and in one such storm a freighter vanished while others nearby survived. Ships passing later said the air turned oddly warm, as though the lake itself had shifted, and then within minutes, the freighter was gone. When divers found it years later, it sat upright on the bottom, decks unbroken, windows sealed. It looked as though it had simply been placed there, lowered rather than wrecked. Reports named the storm, but captains knew storms that strong leave wreckage scattered, not neat. Families along the lake shores told it quietly, that the ship had been taken whole. To look at it beneath the water was to see a vessel ready to sail again, but waiting where no hand could guide it. The storm was not the mystery, the neatness was. South Pacific trade lanes carry cargo through thousands of miles of open water, and in one such lane, a vessel fell silent, after a clear weather report. Rescue planes found nothing for days, until eventually a life buoy surfaced, marked with its name but otherwise clean. Investigators could not trace where the hull lay, and families were left with questions rather than closure. Some said pirates, others said hidden reef, but crews of passing ships disagreed. They remembered the radio static that filled channels that week, a static thicker than usual, as if signals were being swallowed. That static became part of the memory, stronger than any official line. Mariners kept the story alive, not because of what was found, but because of what was missing. a whole vessel that left behind only one ring of foam and rope, turning endlessly on the surface with no ship around it. En route near South America, a river freighter set out with routine cargo and clear skies. Its signal held steady until midnight, then cut completely. By morning, small fragments washed back along the river mouth, yet no hull was found offshore. Divers eventually located the wreck, but what baffled them was the position. It stood upright in shallow water, sealed as though lowered into place. There were no signs of panic, no hatches blown open, only stillness inside. The official record claimed sudden capsizing, but locals told a different version. They said the river itself had opened, swallowing the ship whole and closing behind it. Sailors repeated that quietly in taverns, saying rivers hide as many secrets as oceans, because water never shows you its full shape. The story remains, not for what was seen, but for the silence that made it hard to believe. Ferries across northern Europe run daily, and their reliability is trusted by thousands. Yet one vessel listed so quickly that passengers barely realized what was happening. Survivors later recalled a faint vibration just before the tilt, like something pressing from below. Within minutes, corridors flooded, and the ship was gone. When the wreck was examined, its structure seemed whole, plates intact, hatches closed, but the angle of the hull showed collapse from beneath. Engineers argued ballast failure, though the survivor stories disagreed. They remembered sound, not malfunction, a sound that carried through the decks like a heartbeat too slow. To ride those ferries now is to remember that sound. Passengers lean when the hull leans, and they check the silence when the engines pause. Because silence after vibration has a weight of its own, and once you've heard it, you don't forget. Near tropical waters, a freighter vanished within sight of land. Families on the beach saw its lights steady, then turn faint, then disappear altogether. By the time searchers launched, the horizon was empty, and no debris was found in following days. Officials blamed navigational error, but locals stood by what they saw. They described the lights dimming as though drawn downward, not away. If the vessel had changed course, they would have seen it. If it had burned, they would have seen flames. Instead, they saw lights fade, like a candle under glass. For those families, the loss was not distant. They had watched it vanish with their own eyes, and that made explanations feel hollow. The ship was there, and then it wasn't, and no theory can strip away the weight of witnesses who saw the ocean erase a vessel before them. As we depart into the horrors of longer voyages, the rhythm has become clearer. Ships vanish in storms, in calm water, and in sight of land, yet the bond between them is silence. Theories circle, rogue waves, mechanical flaws, navigational errors, but the unanswered moment is always the same. Why was there no call, no flare, no cry? Silence becomes the thread that ties them all together, and silence is what lingers in memory when wreckage is neat, when belongings float untouched, when lights vanish in front of those who watch from shore. These are not legends. They are modern accounts written in official reports, yet they leave us with gaps too wide for answers. As we move ahead, the accounts will stretch longer, because some sinkings are too large for short memory. They involve hundreds of lives, massive hulls, and investigations that could not solve them, and those are the stories waiting next. The ore carrier MV Derbyshire remains one of the most haunting maritime mysteries of modern times. It was the largest British ship ever lost at sea, and its disappearance revealed just how fragile even the strongest steel can be when silence takes hold. The vessel left port with iron ore packed in its holds, crossing the Pacific on a route that countless ships had taken before. Weather reports warned of a typhoon, but nothing outside the range of storms that ships of her size had weathered many times. And then, without distress call, without warning, the Derbyshire was gone. For families waiting at home, the silence was unbearable. Bulk carriers are slow but steady, and their crews are trained to report trouble at the first sign. Yet days passed, and not a single signal was received. Rescue aircraft flew patterns across the ocean, searching for lifeboats, oil slicks, anything at all, but the sea remained empty. Only later, when wreckage was located thousands of meters below, did the scope of the loss become clear. The wreck lay in fragments scattered across the seabed. Hull plates were bent inward, twisted in ways that did not match ordinary storm damage. Engineers studied photographs of the debris, pointing out how steel designed to resist pressure had folded in, as though something had pressed hard from the outside. The official conclusion blamed structural weakness, combined with the typhoon's force, but not all were convinced. How could such a massive vessel vanish without a single distress call? How could it have collapsed so completely that nothing surfaced? Sailors spoke quietly of rogue waves, those towering walls of water that rise without warning and dwarf even the largest ships. Others suggested seismic activity, pointing to the Pacific's restless floor. Yet neither theory explained the silence. Radios are checked constantly, and emergency signals are designed to transmit even in chaos. But the Derbyshire left nothing behind, not even a broken call. For the families of the lost crew, the technical explanations mattered less than the absence. They had no last words, no fragments of messages, only the knowledge that a ship as large as a skyscraper had been erased almost instantly. Mariners afterward took the lesson in their own way. They began to view storms differently, not only as walls of wind and water, but as moments when silence itself could fall like a weight. The Derbyshire remains in memory not only because of her size, but because her loss marked a turning point. She was a modern ship, designed with the knowledge of decades, and yet she disappeared like a vessel from centuries past. Her silence proved that technology cannot always measure the ocean's choices, and for those who work the Pacific lanes today, the shadow of her loss still follows. They know the ocean does not need fire, explosion, or visible reason. It can erase steel in silence, and silence is what unsettles most. When the cargo ship El Faro set sail in 2015, she carried containers stacked high, and a crew trained to manage one of the busiest trade routes in the Atlantic. She was a veteran vessel, steady and trusted, and her passage from Florida toward Puerto Rico was routine. But in the early days of October, Hurricane Joaquin formed, and within hours the El Faro entered a story that would haunt seafarers for years. The ship reported engine trouble as the storm grew. One transmission reached shore, calm but urgent, describing a mechanical problem that slowed her progress. After that, silence. The storm intensified, and when rescue crews searched, they found scattered debris but no survivors. Eventually, the wreck was discovered nearly 15,000 feet below the surface, sitting upright but broken open. What troubled investigators was not only the storm but the way the ship seemed to have been caught in silence. Voyage data recorders revealed last conversations on the bridge, voices struggling against failing machinery, but the Mayday was delayed, and when it came, it was incomplete. Why did a seasoned crew wait? Why did the ship fail so suddenly when others in similar storms had survived? The El Faro was equipped with radar, storm tracking, and communication tools meant to prevent this exact fate. Yet decisions placed her too close to the hurricane's path, and when the engines faltered, the sea closed in. Investigators blamed human error, but survivors' families questioned why systems failed to provide the margin for safety. The El Faro was not centuries old. She was modern, regulated, and inspected, yet she fell as completely as if she had sailed in an earlier age. What lingers most are the voices captured before the end. They spoke calmly, then urgently, then finally with recognition that escape was impossible. Those voices remind sailors everywhere that silence is not always sudden. Sometimes it arrives slowly, creeping between words until no signal remains. For the American shipping industry, the El Faro became a turning point, a reminder that storms cannot always be predicted, and that even the best charts can falter. For sailors who pass through the same waters, it is a story told quietly, with respect. They know the ocean does not bend to timetables or cargo demands, and they know that when silence comes it carries not only the ship, but the last words of those aboard, sealed in memory. The Estonia was a passenger ferry, carrying nearly 1,000 people across the Baltic Sea in 1994 when disaster struck. It was night, the waters rough but not unusual, and the ferry moved steadily towards Stockholm. Passengers slept in their cabins, trusting the steady rhythm of engines below. Then, sometime after midnight, something changed. Survivors described a sound like steel tearing, followed by the tilt of the deck beneath their feet. Within minutes, the ship leaned hard to starboard, and water rushed in faster than any crew could manage. Alarms rang, passengers stumbled through corridors, and lifeboats proved nearly impossible to launch. As the ferry sank in less than an hour, over 850 lives were lost. Official reports blamed the failure of the bow visor, a hinged steel section at the front that protects the car deck from waves. Investigators said it broke away, allowing water to flood the vehicle deck and destabilize the ship. Yet questions never faded. Could a visor alone cause a ferry of that size to collapse so completely, so quickly? And why did so many survivors recall sounds and vibrations that suggested something more than mechanical failure? Conspiracy theories spread, fueled by secrecy. Some claimed the Estonia carried sensitive cargo, hidden from passengers and unacknowledged by officials. Others suggested explosive damage. In later years, divers found evidence that reignited debate. Holes in the hull not explained by the visor theory. Families pressed for answers, demanding further investigation. Yet governments resisted, and suspicion grew stronger. For the Baltic communities that lost entire families, the Estonia remains a wound. Memorials were built, and stories told, but the silence of that night never lifted. Survivors recalled not only the sounds of steel and water, but the eerie calm that followed, when voices on deck grew fewer and fewer. The ferry was modern, built for heavy seas, equipped with radar and communication. Yet she failed so completely that even distress calls could not capture the scale of collapse. To this day the debate continues. Was it design? Was it accident? Or was there something hidden that has never been revealed? For mariners crossing the Baltic, the Estonia is remembered as more than tragedy. It is a reminder that silence can strike even among hundreds of voices, and that ships designed for safety may still fall faster than belief allows. The sea did not roar that night. It simply took, and it left questions that remain open. The Dona Paz is remembered across the Philippines as one of the worst peacetime maritime disasters, yet decades later, the full story remains wrapped in unanswered questions. She was a passenger ferry, making her way across the Tabla Strait in December of 1987, carrying not only ticketed travelers, but also countless others who had boarded unofficially. The official passenger list named just over 1,500 people, but survivors and investigators would later insist the true number was far higher, perhaps more than 4,000. For most on board, the voyage was ordinary. Families rested in cabins, vendors moved through crowded passageways, and the hum of engines provided its steady reassurance. But late that night, a flash tore across the horizon. The Dona Paz had collided with the oil tanker MT Vector, which was carrying thousands of barrels of petroleum. In seconds, fire raced across the decks. Survivors later said the sea itself seemed to burn, flames moving over water as though fuel had turned the strait into a torch. Rescue was nearly impossible. Lifeboats were either locked or unusable, and passengers who tried to leap into the water found no safety. The oil floated across the surface, and flames followed. Those who survived swam desperately through fire, clinging to debris while the burning sea closed in. Out of thousands aboard, only a few dozen lived to tell what they saw. What made the disaster more haunting was the lack of immediate response. Coast Guard stations did not receive distress calls in time, and many only learned of the tragedy hours later, when survivors were pulled from the water by passing vessels. The silence of the initial moments left families in torment, unsure if their loved ones had lived or died, and by the time news reached them, hope had already faded. Investigations later revealed that the Vector had been operating without a proper license, and its crew lacked proper qualifications. The Dona Paz herself was overcrowded beyond imagination, with passengers packed into corridors and even stairwells. But while these failures explained why the tragedy was so devastating, they did not answer the deeper question: why did such conditions exist on a modern route, and why did regulations fail so completely? In the Philippines, the loss of the Dona Paz is spoken of as both tragedy and mystery. Families remember not only the names of those who were lost, but the sense of abandonment, of being left without warning or explanation. Survivors describe the fire not as explosion, but as sudden silence followed by light, a flash that turned the night into day and erased thousands of lives in minutes. For mariners across Asia, the Dona Paz became a warning etched into memory. Ships today may carry better equipment, stricter oversight, and clearer safety rules, but the story lingers as proof that silence can still follow negligence, and that the sea can magnify every small failure into catastrophe. The Ferry was supposed to be safe, supposed to be ordinary, yet she entered history as the Titanic of Asia, leaving behind echoes of fire on water and a silence that no report has fully filled. Among the inland seas of North America, no story is told more often than that of the Edmund Fitzgerald. She was a giant on the Great Lakes, nearly 730 feet long, built to carry taconite ore across Lake Superior. For years she had made her passages without trouble, earning a reputation as both workhorse and symbol of regional pride. Crews and onlookers admired her size, and songs were even written in her honor. But in November 1975, she vanished into one of the most infamous sinkings in modern memory. The storm that night was fierce, but not beyond what seasoned sailors had faced before. Winds reached hurricane strength, waves built to towering heights, and snow squalls swept across the lake. Yet the Fitzgerald had weathered storms before. She was equipped with radar, radios, and the steel of modern design. Her captain, Ernest McSorley, was known for his calm authority, and his crew trusted the vessel's strength. But as the night deepened, the radio calls grew unsettling. McSorley reported that the ship was taking on water and had lost both radar systems. Another freighter, the Arthur M. Anderson, stayed in contact, guiding her through the storm by radio. But at 7:10 p.m., McSorley gave his final message: "We are holding our own." Minutes later, she was gone. When the Anderson called again, no voice answered. The Fitzgerald had disappeared from radar, swallowed without distress flare, without further word. Rescue attempts began immediately, but the storm raged on, and when planes searched the next morning, they found only lifeboats floating upside down, battered and empty. Not a single crewman survived. In later years, divers reached the wreck. The Fitzgerald was found broken in two, resting on the lake bed. The bow stood upright, while the stern lay shattered yards away. Theories multiplied: structural failure, rogue wave, sudden shoaling, even explosions. Yet no explanation settled fully. Some argued that her cargo hatches had failed, allowing water to flood her holds until she could no longer resist. Others said a rogue wave had struck, overwhelming even her immense size. For families, the lack of clear answers was the heaviest burden. They had no last words beyond the calm voice of their captain, and no closure beyond fragments of wreckage. For sailors on the Great Lakes, the story became a caution told every November when the storms return. They say the lakes are inland seas, every bit as powerful as oceans, and they remind each other that size does not guarantee safety. The Fitzgerald remains in memory, not just because she was lost, but because she left behind silence where words should have been. She was a modern ship, fitted with all that technology could provide, and yet she vanished into the night as suddenly as any wooden schooner from centuries past. For those who live along Superior's shores, her name is spoken like a shadow, carried in song and in silence alike. Though not a commercial ship, but a naval submarine, the story of the Kursk is inseparable from modern maritime mystery. In August 2000, during a naval exercise in the Barents Sea, the Kursk, one of Russia's most advanced nuclear submarines, sank with all 118 crew aboard. She was considered nearly unsinkable, a titan of Cold War engineering, and yet she disappeared in a matter of minutes, leaving the world stunned. The exercise began as routine, with the submarine scheduled to launch training torpedoes. Then, a sudden explosion shook the sea floor, followed by another larger blast minutes later. Monitors on nearby ships detected the shockwaves, but communications with the Kursk were lost. Rescue operations began. Yet hours passed before the seriousness was admitted, and days before international assistance was allowed. When divers eventually reached the wreck, they found her lying at an angle, the bow crumpled by catastrophic force. Inside, notes written by trapped sailors revealed that some had survived the initial blasts, retreating to an aft compartment, where they waited in darkness for help that never came. Oxygen dwindled, and within hours, they succumbed. The haunting reality was not only that the submarine had sunk, but that men had lived long enough to write their final words, unseen and unheard. Investigators later concluded that a faulty torpedo had leaked fuel, igniting in the tube and causing the first explosion. The second blast came as other torpedoes detonated in chain reaction. Yet many still questioned whether design flaws alone could explain the magnitude of the destruction. The submarine was young, heavily tested, and considered among the most advanced in the fleet. How could one failure erase her so completely? The political aftermath was stormy, but the human element remained. Families learned that their loved ones had survived briefly, waiting in vain for rescue, and that knowledge was heavier than ignorance. The silence of those last hours became part of the story. Men trapped in darkness, listening to the sea press against the hull, knowing no call could reach beyond. For navies worldwide, the Kursk became both lesson and warning. It showed that even in the 21st century, with satellites overhead and technology advanced, silence can still swallow lives before explanation arrives. And for those who serve beneath the sea, it proved again that no machine, however strong, is beyond the reach of water. The Kursk endures as a tragedy, because it was not only sudden, it was drawn out, a silence lived in real time by men who knew the end was coming. In April 2014, South Korea witnessed a disaster that shook the nation, as the ferry MV Sewol capsized while carrying more than 450 passengers, many of them students on a school trip. What made the tragedy haunting was not just the loss itself, but the way it unfolded in slow motion, visible on screens and radios across the country. While rescue never seemed to arrive in time, the Sewol departed from Incheon toward Jeju Island, loaded with passengers, cargo and vehicles. The weather was calm, the sea cooperative. Yet somewhere along the journey, the vessel began to list. At first the tilt was minor, but it grew steadily, water rushing into decks that were never meant to flood. Passengers were told to stay in their cabins, reassured that rescue was coming. Hours passed, and instead of safety, the ship leaned further until escape became nearly impossible. What troubled investigators later was how a modern ferry, inspected and approved, could tip so quickly. Overloading of cargo was cited, poor securing of containers, and modifications that had reduced stability. Yet these answers felt hollow when compared to the scale of collapse. Why did stability fail so suddenly in calm seas? Why did the crew delay evacuation orders until it was too late? Survivors recalled the eerie silence of hallways where people waited, trusting words from the bridge, until water forced its way in. The rescue itself deepened the wound. Coast Guard ships arrived but hesitated. Helicopters hovered, but did not pull many to safety. And television cameras broadcast the disaster live, while families watched helplessly. The silence of official action was louder than the tilt of the ship. Even as cries for help echoed from inside, orders remained confused, and minutes stretched into fatal hours. The aftermath revealed failures at every level, crew unprepared, officials indecisive, and regulations ignored. Yet beyond the politics and blame, what lingers most is the memory of stillness. The Sewol did not vanish suddenly, she sank before the eyes of a nation. Passengers who might have escaped stayed trapped because trust outweighed instinct. And when silence came, it was not unexpected, but unbearably slow. For families of the lost, the unanswered questions remain. Why did a ferry built for safety betray them in calm water? Why was rescue hesitant when urgency was plain? For mariners the lesson cuts deep. Sometimes danger arrives not in storms, but in silence and delay. The Sewol's name endures as a reminder that a ship does not need rough seas to fail, only silence at the wrong moment. Among stories from Japan's post-war shipping era, the loss of the MV Kinai Maru, continues to unsettle. She was a passenger and cargo vessel, operating routes through the Pacific in the mid-1950s, a time when modern navigation and communication were spreading fast. The Kowloon Maru was considered safe, steady, and unremarkable, until the day she disappeared without trace. The ship departed on schedule with hundreds aboard, her course clear and weather fair. Hours into the voyage, a garbled signal reached shore, cut with static, too brief to decipher. After that, silence. Search planes combed the sea for days, but no debris appeared, no oil slick, no lifeboats. For families waiting at the docks, the absence of answers was almost worse than confirmed tragedy. The Kowloon Maru had vanished as though erased from the map. Speculation ran wide. Some pointed to sudden squalls known to sweep the Pacific, while others whispered of military testing zones, where ships sometimes strayed too close. Later, faint reports suggested that a wreck with similar dimensions had been glimpsed on sonar, resting deep on the seabed, yet dives failed to confirm it. The mystery lingered, strengthened by the lack of closure. Mariners who spoke of it afterward described the loss not as storm or accident, but as silence. They said the Pacific is vast enough to hide steel, and strong enough to decide what remains on the surface. The Kowloon Maru became a symbol not only of tragedy, but of erasure, a reminder that in modern times, ships can still vanish as easily as in legend. For Japanese shipping companies, the lesson was painful. Safety protocols grew tighter, radios improved, and radar spread quickly through fleets. But even with these advances, the story was not forgotten. The ship was modern, her equipment current for the age, yet she left behind nothing. Families still speak of her in coastal towns, remembering the day their relatives walked aboard and never returned. The Kowloon Maru endures because she embodies the silence at the heart of every unexplained sinking. No storm to blame, no wreck to study, only the gap where a ship should be. Mariners today, crossing the Pacific, still mention her name, as though speaking it aloud helps to mark the sea. They know the ocean does not care for progress or technology. It keeps what it takes, and sometimes it leaves not even fragments behind. In October 1955, the merchant vessel Joyita set out from Samoa bound for the Tokelau Islands. She carried cargo, medical supplies, and about 24 passengers and crew. The seas were steady, the voyage routine, and her engines had been serviced weeks before. Yet 5 weeks later, she was found drifting, abandoned, half submerged, and empty. No trace of the crew was ever recovered. The Joyita floated partly flooded, but still buoyant, her design preventing her from sinking completely. Radios were smashed, clocks stopped at the same time, and medical supplies scattered across decks. There was food left uneaten, cargo still secured, and lifeboats missing. It appeared as though the crew had left in haste, though the ship herself was not fatally damaged. Theories multiplied. Some argued pirates attacked, though no blood was found. Others suggested mutiny, though nothing pointed to struggle. Still others whispered of navigational error and drifting too far into dangerous waters. Yet what unsettled investigators most was the absence of bodies, the absence of distress calls, the silence where panic should have been. Why would trained sailors abandon a vessel still afloat, one that could not sink? Over time, explanations narrowed to mechanical failure, perhaps flooding that led the crew to fear capsizing. Yet survivors of maritime life knew better. They knew a captain would never order evacuation from a ship that still floated, especially when lifeboats offered less security than steel decks. For Samoan communities, the memory of Joyita became a kind of caution. The sea does not always take through waves. Sometimes it empties a ship and leaves the hull as a shell, drifting like a ghost across the horizon. Even today, mariners repeat her name softly, comparing her to the Mary Celeste of the Pacific. She was modern enough to be trusted, but her loss reminds us that progress does not close every gap. The ocean does not return explanations. It only returns what it chooses, and in this case, it gave back a vessel without her people, leaving questions that remain heavier than wreckage. The sinking of the Wilhelm Gustloff in 1945 remains the deadliest maritime disaster in recorded history. Yet for decades it was barely spoken of outside survivor circles. Though tied to the final months of World War II, the circumstances hold mysteries that go beyond wartime tragedy. The ship was originally built as a luxury liner, later repurposed as a hospital vessel, and eventually as an evacuation ship. On a freezing night in January, she left port overcrowded with thousands of civilians, wounded soldiers, and crew fleeing advancing forces. Not long after departure, torpedoes from a Soviet submarine struck. The Wilhelm Gustloff sank within an hour, carrying over 9,000 people to their deaths. The enormity of the loss made it nearly impossible to comprehend, and survivors described the chaos not only in terms of panic, but also in eerie silence. When the ship began to list, many passengers were trapped below decks, unable to reach lifeboats crammed beyond use. The mystery is not whether she was attacked, but why her defenses were so unprepared. Escorts had been reassigned. Communication between ships was limited, and lights reportedly glowed on her decks, despite blackout orders. Survivors later wondered whether errors, negligence, or miscommunication doomed the ship before the torpedoes ever struck. How could such a massive vessel, carrying so many lives, have been so vulnerable? What makes the Wilhelm Gustloff more than a wartime statistic is the silence that followed. Governments suppressed discussion, survivors struggled without recognition, and the ship's name became almost forbidden in some circles. The silence of memory mirrored the silence of the sinking, thousands lost, yet little said. Mariners who hear the story today reflect not only on war but on the sea's impartiality. For the ocean, politics did not matter. It kept its silence regardless of flags flown. The Wilhelm Gustloff sank not just as a casualty of war, but as a reminder that no matter the size, no matter the purpose, a ship can vanish quickly when silence precedes action. And silence in this case is what endures, longer than reports, longer than monuments, lingering in the absence of recognition. In June 2008, the Princess of the Stars, a Philippine ferry, set out from Manila bound for Cebu. She carried hundreds of passengers and crew, along with cargo meant to supply the islands. The forecast warned of a typhoon building strength, but ferries often sailed in heavy weather, and the company believed the voyage could still be made. Within hours, the decision proved fatal. As Typhoon Fengshen roared across the archipelago, winds tore at the ship, and waves rose high enough to slam over her bow. Passengers huddled below, listening as the vessel leaned into the storm. Survivors later recalled the sound of cargo shifting, and the steady groan of steel bending, and then the sudden tilt that sent corridors flooding. Within minutes, the Princess of the Stars had capsized, trapping hundreds inside. When rescuers arrived, the sea was scattered with life jackets and debris, yet only a fraction of passengers were pulled alive. Divers found bodies sealed inside cabins, lifeboats unused, escape routes blocked. The silence of those trapped beneath still weighs heavy on coastal communities. Investigations blamed the decision to sail despite warnings. The ship was considered stable, yet no vessel can stand against a typhoon at full force. But families asked harder questions. Why were ferries routinely overloaded? Why were warnings ignored? And why did it take so long for the loss to be acknowledged publicly? The Princess of the Stars became more than a sinking. She became a symbol of systemic failure, of silence from companies that put profit above caution, and of the sea's ability to magnify human error into catastrophe. Survivors remembered not only the waves but the darkness inside, the silence as power failed, and the realization that no one was coming fast enough. For sailors across Asia, her loss remains a warning. Even when engines hum and steel feels steady, storms demand respect, and silence in the face of warnings is as dangerous as the waves themselves. The Herald of Free Enterprise left Zeebrugge that night with the steady confidence of a routine crossing. Cars were driven aboard, trucks rolled into place, and passengers wandered toward lounges and cabins. The ferry was designed to move people and vehicles fast, and that speed was part of her business model. She turned her bow toward the English Channel and slipped into familiar water, and for most who watched the lights fade behind her, it was just another crossing. Nobody expected what would follow. The moment that changed everything was small and almost absurd in its simplicity. The bow doors, the heavy ramps that allow cars to roll on and off, were left open. They faced directly toward the sea, and because the car deck ran uninterrupted from bow to stern, there was nothing between the water and the ship's internal volume to stop seawater from pouring in. In the calm of night, one wave is often nothing, and yet a single surge through that open mouth is enough to begin the worst possible chain. As the ferry cleared the breakwater, a wave struck the open doorway. Water poured along the car deck in a sudden raw sheet. The weight of moving water across a large unbroken space is not the same as a list or a leak. It is a shifting mass that changes the ship's center of gravity in an instant. The Herald rolled, chairs slid across lounge floors, people were thrown and stunned. Corridors that had been flat became angled travel, and doors that should have been exits jammed or became impossible to use. In less than 2 minutes the ferry had capsized. Those who survived speak always of the silence that followed the roll. It was not the silence of calm, but the silence of things cut off. Lights failed and the power stuttered. Announcement systems went dead, and the normal noise of a ship, engines, fans, the murmur of conversation, fell away. People in cabins were trapped, and others who got to deck found the sky wrong, and the angle of the ship impossibly steep. Rescue came quickly, because other vessels were nearby, and men and women pulled hundreds from the water, but for nearly 200 people it was already too late. When the inquiry examined the mechanics, the cause was clear and terrible. The assistant on bow watch, whose duty it was to ensure the doors were closed, had fallen asleep. He was exhausted from long hours and inadequate rest, and there was no fail-safe in place that would force the bridge to check and confirm the door status before departure. On that night, a chain of human oversight errors combined with corporate pressure for quick turnarounds and with a culture that tolerated shortcuts. The company had long prized punctual schedules and fast port calls, and the systems that might have caught a human lapse were either absent or not enforced. That combination, fatigue, assumption, and organizational indifference, was more lethal than any single design flaw. The ferry had no storm to blame and no rogue wave to point to. The disaster's cruelty was that it showed how a modern vessel, operating under blue sky in routine conditions, could be transformed into a tomb in minutes simply because normal procedures had been neglected. The silence that came before the disaster was thus man-made, the silence of unattended duties, the silence of warnings that were never spoken aloud, and the silence of a system that let a single human error go unchecked. The public response was immediate and profound. Families demanded not only answers but changes that would make such an accident impossible. The inquiry did not stop at the sleeping assistant. It examined rostering, fatigue management, company culture, and ship design. It found that crews were stretched, that safety checks were sometimes perfunctory, and that the speed-driven model of ferry operations created pressure that could push people to cut corners. The legal fallout was significant. New rules required fail-safes and interlocks so that bow doors could not be left open without alarms and without clear bridge confirmation. Loading and departure checklists were formalized and enforced, and companies had to demonstrate how they managed crew rest to avoid sleep-related errors. Beyond the technical demands came cultural ones. Passenger briefings before embarkation became standard and detailed. They now include clear instructions on what to do in the event of a list and where life jackets are kept. Companies instituted mandatory drills, and crew training emphasized immediate communication and assertive confirmation of essential tasks. Ports and flags tightened inspection regimes. The Herald's sinking made it unacceptable to assume that previous watchkeepers had closed the doors. It made verification a visible recorded part of leaving port. Survivors' accounts remain central to how the disaster is remembered. People who escape talk about the weird unreality of being in a ship, turned on its side, and about the shock of corridors made into ramps. They tell of friends and strangers who helped each other in the dark, and of rescues that were heroic even while incomplete. Those human details matter because they show what official reports sometimes miss: the immediate moral work of people trying to save one another when the machinery of safety failed. The Herald's name did not fade after the legal changes. Memorials rose in coastal towns where victims' families gathered, and the date of the sinking became a day of remembrance for those communities. Maritime schools teach the incident as a case study in both human factors and in procedural safeguards. The story lives in the checks on a captain's desk and in the routine calls before departure, doors closed, that are now part of a ship's language. Those calls are small acts, but they are direct counters to the silence that once took lives. For mariners, the lesson is less abstract than it sounds. It is a daily discipline: never assume, always verify, and treat fatigue as a hazard, in the same way you treat weather or mechanical failure. It is also an organizational lesson. Companies must design work schedules that allow for rest, and oversight must be brave enough to stop operations when safety is in doubt. The Herald showed how easy it is to let habit and convenience eclipse vigilance. It also showed how costly that eclipse can be. Even now, when a ferry lines up in a port before leaving, there is a small set of practiced moves and confirmations that owe their existence to the Herald. Crew checklists are read aloud and logged, bow doors are confirmed both visually and electronically, and bridge teams will not clear to sail until those confirmations are made. Passengers now get safety briefings that are more than procedural. They are a recognition of the trust people place in maritime operators. The Herald of Free Enterprise continues to be cited not simply as a technical case but as a moral example of what happens when silence replaces speech in critical places. The sea does not forgive the quiet neglect that lets a duty go unspoken. The ferry's loss remains a permanent reminder that safety is an act of attention, and that attention must be institutionalized so that it survives human fatigue and organizational pressure. Where once there was an ordinary crossing, there is now a cautionary story, and that story has shaped how ferries operate around the world. When the Derbyshire disappeared in the Pacific, she left behind not only fragments of steel, but also questions that stretched across her entire class of vessels. Built as massive ore carriers, these ships were meant to be indestructible, engineered to ride low and steady under immense loads. But the Derbyshire was not alone. Her sister ships sailed the same waters, and while none vanished as completely, they carried with them shadows of unease that sailors never forgot. Crews aboard her sister vessels told stories of strange sounds in heavy seas, groaning plates that flexed against waves smaller than expected, bolts that rattled loose under pressure that should have been routine. Engineers dismissed these as quirks of design, yet those who lived through them knew the difference between ordinary noise and something more. They remembered vibrations that traveled through the decks like a hum, steady at first, then deepening until it felt as though the ship herself was shivering. One ship encountered sudden flooding in her forward holds during weather that was fierce, but not extraordinary. Pumps fought to keep up, and for hours men worked in silence, believing they might lose her. She survived, but the memory lingered. Another reported cracks in plating that seemed to appear overnight, fine lines that widened in storms, patched quickly, but never explained. Official reports chalked these up to maintenance, the natural strain of steel against water, and the shipping companies preferred to keep the records quiet. But for mariners, the pattern was plain. A design flaw may not appear every voyage, but when the sea decides to push, hidden weaknesses surface, and sometimes those weaknesses bring silence before any warning can be sent. In ports across Britain and Asia, sailors who had served on these vessels spoke of unease that followed them ashore. They described how waves struck differently against the hull, how water seemed to find paths inside faster than it should. They whispered that these ships carried a silence with them, a silence that grew heavier with each voyage. When the Derbyshire sank without a call, those who had worked her sisters were not surprised. They had felt it, the quiver of steel, the unnatural groan of bulkheads, the silence after pumps failed. And though engineers tried to explain it with formulas and charts, the truth for sailors was simpler. They knew that some ships carry their fate inside them from the day they are built, and the sea only waits for the right time to reveal it. On the night of November 13th, 1965, the Yarmouth Castle steamed through Caribbean waters, carrying nearly 500 passengers bound for Nassau. The voyage should have been uneventful. The seas were calm, the air warm, and lights from the lounges glowed across the deck, As music drifted into the night, families played cards, children slept in cabins, and crewmen kept their routines. But deep below, fire had already begun to spread. At first, passengers noticed nothing. A faint smell of smoke clung to the air, and some thought it was only from the galley. Yet, within minutes, flames leapt through ventilation shafts, racing along corridors. Survivors described the sudden rush of heat, the crack of timber, and then the confusion. Alarms did not sound, orders were unclear, and lifeboats stayed tethered too long. Some passengers were told to wait in lounges, while the fire grew, and by the time panic broke, the ship was already doomed. The Yarmouth Castle burned fiercely, turning the sky orange. Rescue did not arrive quickly. Another ship, the Finn Pulp, spotted the flames and drew close, pulling survivors from the water. Yet nearly 100 lives were lost, many trapped in smoke-filled cabins, or thrown into the sea without flotation. Survivors later spoke of the silence between screams, the eerie pause, when fire consumed air faster than voices could cry out. Investigators revealed a chain of failures. Fire doors had been left open, alarms were muted, crew had not drilled evacuation properly, and fatigue was rampant. The officer assigned to key duties was asleep. The company had prioritized speed of turnaround over discipline, and when the fire began, silence filled the gap where action should have been. But beyond negligence, questions lingered. Survivors swore the fire spread unnaturally fast, as if fuel had been waiting. Steel corridors became chimneys, pulling flames upward in minutes. Some wondered whether flammable cargo had been hidden among luggage, whether something more dangerous than wood and cloth had burned that night. For the United States and the Caribbean, the disaster was a wake-up call. International treaties were rewritten, fire codes tightened, the Safety of Life at Sea Solace Convention gained new strength. But for survivors, no regulation could erase the memory. They remembered the darkness filled with smoke, the glow of flames over water, and the silence of crew who had not spoken quickly enough. The Yarmouth Castle became more than a fire at sea. She became a story of silence. Silence of warnings ignored, silence of alarms unsounded, silence of officials who chose speed over safety. And for every passenger who sails today, her name remains a reminder that the ocean does not forgive neglect. Fire may roar, but it is silence before the fire that kills most. In July 1956, the Andrea Doria, one of Italy's pride liners, collided with the Swedish ship Stockholm off the coast of Nantucket. She was modern, elegant, and renowned for her design, carrying hundreds of passengers across the Atlantic in comfort. Yet within hours, she became a broken silhouette on the horizon, remembered as one of the most famous peacetime maritime disasters. On the night of the collision, fog blanketed the ocean. Both ships carried radar, a technology meant to prevent exactly this kind of disaster. But misunderstandings of radar plots, compounded by human error, led them onto a collision course. The Stockholm's bow ripped into the starboard side of the Andrea Doria, tearing a massive gash through cabins and bulkheads. Passengers were thrown from beds, glass shattered, and water poured in almost instantly. Survivors recalled the groan of the ship as she leaned, the sound of dishes crashing from dining rooms, and the confusion as crew scrambled to understand what had happened. The Andrea Doria listed heavily to one side, making many of her lifeboats unusable. Chaos spread, yet many passengers remained calm, trusting that help would arrive. Rescue vessels rushed in, including the Ile de France, which diverted from her own voyage to save hundreds. Through the night, lifeboats carried survivors away as the liner slowly surrendered. At sunrise, the Andrea Doria leaned deeper, her once proud decks slipping beneath the sea. By morning she was gone, leaving only oil, debris, and silence. What unsettled many afterward was not just the collision, but the way technology had failed to prevent it. Radar was new, hailed as revolutionary, yet misunderstood readings proved deadlier than fog itself. Questions about training, decision-making, and responsibility filled inquiries. Who had misread the screens? Who had turned too late? And how could two modern ships collide in the open Atlantic with every tool to avoid it? The disaster reshaped maritime safety, reinforcing the need for stricter training and clearer international rules. But for survivors, memory lingers less in technicalities and more in sounds and silences. The crash of steel, the tilt of decks, the muffled cries in fog. Today divers still visit the wreck, resting deep off Nantucket, her hull twisted, her story frozen. For mariners, the Andrea Doria is both lesson and warning. Even modern ships, even new technology, cannot remove silence when human error and sea combine. She stands in memory as proof that progress is fragile, and the ocean waits, patient as ever. Though we touched the Estonia earlier, her aftermath deserves its own long account, because the silence that followed her sinking in 1994 was louder than the tragedy itself. The ferry carried nearly 1,000 passengers through the Baltic, but within an hour after her bow visor failed, she was gone, leaving only 137 survivors and a sea of unanswered questions. The official explanation was structural failure. The bow visor, which shielded the car deck, had torn free in rough seas, allowing water to rush inside. The car deck, open and broad, became a chamber of instability. Once water flooded it, the ferry leaned too far, and stability was lost. Yet critics questioned whether a visor alone could have brought her down so quickly. Divers found holes in the hull, unexplained by the official narrative. Some whispered of hidden cargo, others of military involvement. Families demanded full investigation, but governments restricted dives, sealing the wreck as a maritime grave. This secrecy fed suspicion. Why should answers be hidden if the cause was straightforward? Survivors remembered not only the storm, but strange sounds before the tilt. Deep groans, sudden jolts, and vibrations not explained by waves. For Estonia, Finland, and Sweden, the tragedy left more than grief. It left silence in official halls, silence in technical reports, silence that bred rumors. For survivors, that silence is heavier than the water that swallowed the ship. They speak of cold corridors, alarms too faint, and lifeboats unusable as the ferry leaned too far. They remember how the ship seemed strong one moment and surrendered the next, too quickly for belief. The Estonia's loss remains one of Europe's darkest maritime chapters, not only for its scale, but for the absence of closure. She was modern, equipped, and trusted, yet she failed faster than understanding could keep up. For sailors today, her name is invoked quietly, a reminder that even in well-traveled seas, even in sight of shore, silence can strike louder than storm. In May 1914, the Canadian liner Empress of Ireland collided with the Norwegian coal ship Storstad in the St. Lawrence River. Though the incident took place just before World War I, it is often remembered in Canada, alongside modern tragedies, because of its scale, suddenness, and silence. The Empress was a proud ship, trusted by travellers between Quebec and Liverpool, and her crew had long believed the river route safe. Yet in less than 15 minutes, she was gone. The collision occurred in heavy fog, a curtain that blinded both vessels. The Storstad struck the Empress's starboard side, opening her hull to rushing water. Survivors remembered the shock of impact, followed by a silence broken only by the rush of water and the cries of passengers. Within minutes, the liner listed, making lifeboats on one side useless. People scrambled in confusion, some still in nightclothes, others carrying children, while the river swallowed the ship. What puzzled investigators afterward was not just the speed of the sinking, but the failures in communication. Both captains insisted the other was at fault, and signals had been misunderstood in fog. The Empress was equipped with watertight compartments, yet the force of water overcame them far faster than expected. How could a modern liner, rivaling the Titanic in design, collapse so quickly on a river route so familiar? For Canadians, the disaster was a wound. Over 1,000 lives were lost, many of them members of a travelling Salvation Army band, whose voices had filled decks with hymns just hours before. The silence afterward, as bodies floated in the current, became a haunting memory for riverside communities. Though the Empress sank over a century ago, mariners often connect her loss with modern cases. Technology may change, but the silence of fog, the quickness of water, and the confusion of signals repeat even now. The wreck still rests on the bottom of the St. Lawrence, a reminder that the ocean is not the only keeper of mysteries. Rivers too can erase steel, leaving only unanswered questions. In 1986, one of the largest bulk carriers in the world, the Kowloon Bridge, met her end off the coast of Ireland. She was massive, over 300 meters long, built to haul iron ore and oil. Mariners considered her size alone a form of safety, believing no storm could easily overwhelm such bulk. Yet she became a wreck within days, her silence adding to the puzzle. The Kowloon Bridge developed steering trouble. After leaving Bantry Bay, tugboats tried to assist, but lines snapped in the storm. The crew abandoned ship, trusting she might ground safely. Instead, she drifted toward rocks and broke apart, spilling thousands of tons of cargo and fuel into the sea. Waves tore the massive hull like paper, scattering steel across the seabed. What unsettled observers was how quickly she surrendered. A vessel of her scale should have lasted longer against rocks, should have bought time for salvage. Instead, she fragmented almost instantly. Divers who later examined her remains spoke of fractures running through her hull, as if weaknesses had been waiting, unseen until tested. For Irish coastal communities, the wreck became a symbol of both human vulnerability and environmental cost. Oil slicks blackened bays, fish stocks suffered, and for weeks the smell of petroleum clung to the air. People remembered the silence after the storm, just wreckage, no crew aboard, no voice calling back. Mariners today recall the Kowloon Bridge not only as an accident, but as a reminder that size is not invincibility. Even giants can fold quickly, and silence arrives faster than anyone expects. She lies now in broken pieces, a vast ship reduced to scattered memory, proving again that the sea does not measure safety by weight of steel. In September 2002, the Senegalese ferry Lyubov capsized off the coast of Gambia, killing more than 1,800 people. It is remembered as one of the worst maritime disasters of the modern era, and yet its cause still stirs debate and unease. The Lyubov was meant to carry around 600 passengers. On that night, she held nearly 3 times that number. Families crowded decks, students filled corridors, and traders packed goods into spaces never meant for so much weight. Still, for many, she was a trusted link between communities, and boarding her felt ordinary. Winds built through the night, and seas grew rougher. Survivors later said the ferry began to list slowly. At first, barely noticeable, then the angle grew sharper, and water swept across the deck. Within minutes she rolled completely, trapping almost everyone inside. Rescue did not come quickly. Villagers from nearby shores were among the first to pull survivors from the waves. By then, thousands had already vanished beneath the water. What unsettles observers still is not only the scale but the suddenness. How could a vessel roll so fast, with no distress call sent, in waters that were monitored and familiar? Investigators cited overloading and poor maintenance, pointing to the weakened stabilizers and engines that should have kept her upright. Yet many families refused to accept that explanation fully. They knew ships overloaded before had survived storms. Why did this one collapse so completely, so quickly, in conditions that did not seem catastrophic at the start? The silence of unanswered questions still lingers in Senegal. Officials offered numbers, reports, and blame, but survivors remembered sounds instead. The low creak of steel giving way, the rush of water through hallways, the silence after screams faded. The Lyubov's wreck was never raised, and her remains lie on the seabed, a permanent reminder of neglect and unanswered calls. For mariners across Africa, her name is spoken as a warning. Ships are trusted daily, but trust does not guarantee safety. The sea punishes silence when warnings are ignored, and the Lyubov shows that neglect can be as deadly as storms. She was a modern ferry in a modern world, yet she went down as swiftly as any vessel of the past, leaving silence and sorrow in her wake. On October 5, 2011, the container ship Rena ran aground on Astrolabe Reef, off the coast of New Zealand. She was a modern vessel, carrying thousands of containers, and her passage was routine. But in one moment of miscalculation, she struck hard rock, tearing open her hull. What followed was one of New Zealand's worst maritime environmental disasters. and a story of silence that spread far beyond the reef. The impact came just before dawn. Crew reported the jolt, the grinding beneath steel, and then the list as water poured into breached compartments. Containers toppled into the sea, breaking open and scattering goods across the waves. Oil leaked steadily, staining the turquoise waters black. Rescue of crew succeeded, but the ship herself was doomed. Over weeks, storms battered the stranded vessel until she split in two, her bow driven deeper into the reef, while her stern slid away. What baffled investigators was how such an accident could happen with modern navigation systems. The reef was well charted, its dangers known for centuries, yet the Rena struck it as if blind. Official reports blamed human error, fatigue, and poor planning. But for locals who watched the ship bleed oil into their fishing grounds, those explanations felt too simple. How could a modern crew ignore warnings so basic, so visible? The silence afterward was heavier than the crash. Containers washed ashore for months, televisions, car parts, even toys, yet little was said about deeper causes. The ship had become both wreck and symbol, a reminder that technology cannot prevent silence when vigilance fails. For New Zealanders, the Rena is remembered less for her cargo and more for the scar she left on waters once thought pristine. Divers who explore her remains speak of twisted steel lying across the reef, home now to fish and coral. The sea has reclaimed her, but the silence of her loss remains. She was not erased by storm or rogue wave, but by human neglect, and that silence is often harder to accept. For sailors worldwide, the Rena's story is a quiet reminder. The ocean does not forgive errors, no matter how small, and it never forgets. The Derby was not a famous ship, not one that appeared in newspapers often, but for coastal communities in West Africa, she was a steady link between harbours. She carried fuel drums, crates of food, and the small cargo that made up local trade. Her hull was modest, her crew experienced, and her voyages short enough that families often waved from the shore, knowing they would see her again the following day. Yet one evening, she left port and sailed into waters that had always been considered ordinary, and she never returned. The first hours passed without alarm. It was common for small freighters to be delayed by currents or mechanical trouble. But as dawn stretched on, silence on the radios unsettled the harbour masters. Messages sent on every frequency went unanswered. When search vessels finally reached her route, they found no hull, no lifeboats, only a scattering of drums floating together, lashed by rope, as though the deck had vanished beneath them. The sight was uncanny, cargo riding the waves, as if supported by invisible hands. Theories flooded in quickly. Some pointed to piracy, though no ransom was ever demanded, no black market cargo ever appeared. Others insisted the vessel must have suffered sudden mechanical failure, perhaps a rupture in her aging hull. But even then, where were the lifeboats? Why no distress call? The Derby had working radios, and her captain was known for diligence. Silence from such a man was more alarming than any storm. Weeks of searching yielded nothing. Currents in the region are strong, but they scatter wreckage rather than erase it. Families began to gather on docks, telling stories that blurred grief with folklore. Some said the Derby had been taken by the deep, pulled straight down without time for alarm. Others believed she had slipped into waters where charts failed, pockets of sea that did not behave as they should. For the mariners who continued to sail that route, the memory of the Derby lingered like a shadow. They said it taught them that no voyage is too short for mystery, and no vessel too small to vanish. Today her name is spoken quietly, usually by older sailors who remember the silence that followed her last departure. To them the Derby is less a ship than a reminder. The ocean does not measure distance the way we do. What is near can become unreachable in a single night, and silence can be the only survivor. The Waratah has often been called the Titanic of the South, though her loss came 3 years before the Titanic's own tragedy. She was a passenger liner built for elegance, designed to serve routes between Australia and South Africa. At over 400 feet long, she carried both luxury and cargo, with grand salons and sturdy machinery. Yet, her fate turned her into one of the greatest maritime mysteries of the 20th century. In July 1909, the Waratah left Durban bound for Cape Town. She sailed into the Indian Ocean with over 200 passengers and crew aboard. Another vessel, the Clan McIntyre, passed her on the second day, reporting that she was travelling steadily, smoke rising calmly from her funnels. It was the last confirmed sighting. Hours later, the Waratah vanished into silence. Search efforts lasted weeks. Ships scoured thousands of miles, scanning for debris, listening for signals, yet nothing was found. No lifeboats, no wreckage, not even oil upon the water. Families waited at harbours, scanning horizons that never answered back. The lack of evidence unsettled more than grief. It bred unease. How could a modern liner, built with watertight bulkheads, simply disappear in sight of busy trade routes? Theories multiplied. Some survivors from earlier voyages remembered that the Waratah rolled oddly in heavy seas, as though her balance was never quite right. Perhaps she had been top-heavy, burdened by cargo stacked too high, and one sudden swell had capsized her. Others insisted she must have been struck by a freak wave, those towering walls of water known to appear without warning in the Indian Ocean. A few whispered darker possibilities: sabotage, mutiny, even fire in her holds. But what made the story linger was not just speculation, it was the silence. No distress call ever came, no flare lit the sky, no trace washed ashore. The ocean did not even return fragments of furniture or clothing. For South Africans and Australians alike, the Waratah became legend. Parents told children of the ship that vanished whole, warning them that the sea keeps secrets better than any grave. Even now, divers and researchers continue to seek her resting place. Expeditions have mapped the seafloor, convinced they would find her outline among the trenches. But each time the ocean has offered nothing. It is as though she stepped off the world entirely. For sailors who still cross that coast, the name Waratah is spoken quietly, as both caution and prayer. She was a liner of her age, strong and steady, yet she remains proof that no design, no luxury, and no reputation can prevent the silence of the sea when it chooses. The Laguna was never a famous vessel, but for communities along the great rivers of South America, she was trusted. Her job was simple: ferrying farmers, traders, and their goods between towns, following currents that had carried traffic for centuries. She was broad and steady, built for river waters, rather than ocean swells, and her crew knew every bend in the route. That familiarity is what makes her disappearance so disturbing. On a warm morning, the Laguna left port as usual. Radios crackled with position reports, each one routine, each one calm. At midday came another signal, the captain's voice steady but interrupted, mid-sentence. Static bled across the frequency. Operators on shore leaned closer, expecting the voice to return, but it never did. They tried again and again, calling into silence. The Laguna had vanished. Search boats were dispatched upriver within hours. They expected wreckage, or perhaps a grounded hull on a sandbank. But the river was wide and empty. For days, families lined the banks, hoping to see survivors, debris, anything that explained the broken call. What finally appeared were fragments, wooden crates bobbing in eddies, a child's shoe wedged in reeds, splintered pieces of railing that looked too clean to have broken in violence. Weeks later, divers discovered the hull resting upright in the riverbed, half buried in silt. Cabins were sealed, doors shut. Inside, tables were still set, chairs neatly arranged, and personal belongings untouched, as if passengers had simply stood up and walked away. No signs of fire, no flooding marks where they should have been. The Laguna seemed not wrecked, but placed, lowered silently into the river. The official explanation blamed sudden capsizing, perhaps triggered by an unbalanced load or hidden current. Yet locals who knew the river shook their heads. The locals who knew the river shook their heads. If she had capsized violently, there would have been wreckage, bodies, lifeboats. Instead, everything was still. Witnesses from other boats insisted they had heard nothing that day. No cries, no crash of timber, no splash large enough to mark such a loss. Families began to speak of the Laguna as a ship swallowed by silence itself. The story entered folklore, whispered on docks at night, of a ferry that slipped into another current beneath the visible one. Mariners avoided that stretch of river, not because they feared storms, but because they feared the kind of silence that erases a ship without sound. To this day, the laguna's name carries weight along river towns. The wreck remains, but it answers no questions. It is a husk without explanation, a reminder that silence can drown louder than water. She did not burn, she did not shatter, she did not fight, she simply stopped speaking, and in the end, silence became her only legacy. Among the most chilling maritime legends of the 20th century is the story of the Ourang Medan. Unlike other ships, her details blur between report and rumour, fact and myth. Yet the transmissions logged that summer in the Strait of Malacca have kept her name alive, repeated in mess halls and ports around the world. The story begins with a distress call. Radio operators from multiple stations reported hearing a broken, urgent signal. All officers, including captain, dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. The words alone were shocking. Moments later came a final transmission. 2 words that froze every operator who heard them. I die. When a Dutch and American vessel traced the signal, they found the Ourang Medan drifting, her decks quiet, her silhouette black against the sun. Boarding parties approached cautiously, climbing onto a ship that gave no welcome. What they found still unsettles sailors to this day. The crew lay scattered across decks and corridors, their faces twisted in terror, arms reaching outward, as if fending off something unseen. No wounds marked them, no fire had touched their bodies. They had died without a struggle, yet in expressions of fear that spoke louder than screams. As rescuers prepared to tow the vessel, smoke began rising from her hold. The boarding crew fled. Minutes later, explosions ripped through the Ourang Medan, flames swallowing the decks before she slipped beneath the sea. She vanished as suddenly as she had appeared, leaving no wreck to study, no cargo to inspect. Theories spread quickly. Some believed she carried chemical weapons, leaking poison that suffocated the crew. Others argued her cargo held hazardous materials, improperly stored. Still others whispered of paranormal forces, of things that pressed too close to human understanding. But none could be proven, because the ship herself was gone. What makes the Ourang Medan endure is the silence of her disappearance. There are no shipyard records, no registry documents, no official trail to prove she existed, and yet the logs of radio operators, and the accounts of those who claimed to see her drift remain. She hovers between fact and legend, an unsolved question written on water. For sailors in Southeast Asia, her name is spoken with caution. She is remembered not as tragedy, but as warning that some silences are heavier than death itself. When radios falter and strange signals break through static, crews sometimes joke, it's the Medan calling. But behind the humor lies unease, because even legends carry truth in their persistence. The Ourang Medan is more than ghost story. She is the embodiment of silence at sea, sudden, final, unexplained, and that silence, as every mariner knows, is the one thing the ocean never returns. The El Faro had been on many crossings, and her crew trusted her, and that trust was earned by years of steady service. She was not a new ship, and she was not perfect, but she had carried freight and lives across the Atlantic many times, and people depended on her. When she left port, that October, the loading was routine. The containers lashed, the hold checked, and the bridge crew focused on a plan that would get them to Puerto Rico on schedule. The weather forecasts were read, and the captain and officers talked about the storm on their route, because storms are part of life at sea, and good crews plan around them. Hurricane Joaquin began to change faster than models had shown, and the system that looked manageable on morning charts tightened into something sharper as the day went on. The El Faro adjusted course, and then another adjustment followed, and the crew noted engine loads and load balance, and how the ship rode the seas. They checked lashings more than once, and they closed watertight doors when they could, and their discipline was the kind that saves lives. Even so, the ocean can produce a sequence of small failures that add up faster than anyone expects. A calm, clear voice on the bridge gave a routine report that day, and that transmission was the last clear voice the shore heard. It said engine trouble, and a plan to adjust. The tone was measured, because there is training, and because mariners use language to hold things steady when the water moves. Then there was a gap, and the silence that followed was vast. Plans and voices both can stop in an instant, and that blank is harder to accept than a loud crash. Families ashore had no warning beyond that clipped report, and for them the waiting that followed was full of questions that had no answer. When debris washed up and was found by other mariners, containers, loose gear, life floats, the signs changed the search from hope into something raw and technical. The US Coast Guard and Navy launched searches and planes scoured the area. In time, sonar found the wreck nearly 3 miles down. The depth meant certain answers would be difficult, and what investigators recovered had to be read carefully. The ship lay with critical damage, and parts of the superstructure and bridge were distorted, as if extreme forces had acted on steel that is supposed to bend rather than break. The voyage data recorder, recovered after heroic recovery work, became the closest thing anyone had to last words. The recorder carried bridge conversations and alarms, and when engineers played back the last hours, the voices were trained and clear. They spoke of flooding, of cargo shifting, and of engines resisting conditions they could not meet. They prayed, and they stayed practical, because training teaches both. Those final minutes revealed not only the technical chain but the human presence in it. They showed competence, and they showed the ultimate failure of time to allow more words. When the inquiry dug into the documents, it found threads of decision that matter. There were choices about routing, and whether to run closer to the storm or to take a longer path. There was a maintenance record that showed recent repairs, and there was cargo stowage that may have shifted when seas got heavy. None of these alone seals the story. Often a disaster is a chain of small decisions and small failures that the ocean punishes together. The El Faro made choices that in hindsight are clearer, and the industry has tried to learn from those choices. For sailors, the lesson is simple and bitter. The ocean tests more than charts. It tests practice, habits, and the way a company weighs schedules against caution. The modern tools are powerful, satellites, GPS, weather models, but they are not guarantees. Steel rusts, gaskets fail, and in a storm many things can move at once. When a ship loses power, or when the hold takes on water, the warning time can vanish. That silence that followed the El Faro's last clear report is a reminder that safety requires both good machinery and a culture that refuses to rush a vulnerable ship into a storm. Families and colleagues turned the grief into action. The maritime industry examined procedures for cargo securing and for emergency preparedness. Regulatory bodies looked again at requirements for automatic emergency beacons and for the training of officers about storm avoidance. Shipping companies added redundancies, and they mandated new checks. The policy fixes are visible on paper and in the way some ships now load differently, but real change also comes from habits on the bridge. The extra caution on a doubtful day, the second opinion on a routing call, and the refusal to push a timetable when the weather grows hungry. The memory of the El Faro remains because it was modern, but it was not invulnerable. The recorder's voices are preserved, and they are reverent in a way that engineering reports cannot be. They remind those at sea to respect weather, and to treat silence as a dangerous sign. They remind families that men and women on those decks had been trained and had tried. And they remind anyone who listens that the ocean still writes endings on its own terms, and that our only answer is to prepare with humility, and to listen to the weather like it is speaking back. The Derbyshire was a ship built for work, and made by an industry that prizes strength, and yet her disappearance showed how even the strongest steel belongs to the sea. She was a bulk carrier, a massive hull built to carry iron ore across long stretches of ocean. Her size was reassuring because large vessels have a different rhythm. They ride heavy seas with a kind of lumbering dignity, and crews who serve on them trust the design and the engineering that goes into them. That trust becomes part of the job, because bulk carriers are the backbone of trade. When the Derbyshire failed to answer in late typhoon conditions, the initial reaction was disbelief. Experienced captains talk about weather, and sometimes they accept it because they have faced it before. And sometimes conditions surprise them. The ship's last known position put her in a path of forcing seas, and those seas were enough to test any ship's limits. For days searchers found little, and that absence, the lack of distress call and the lack of floating wreckage, was the first mystery. Eventually, the wreck was found at incredible depth, and the images investigators took back were hard to read. Plates were bent and twisted, but there was a pattern to the damage. It looked as if pressure had pushed inward, crushing places that engineers could not have imagined. The way the steel folded suggested that water had entered places where it should not, and that once the water was inside the ship's structure, the momentum of weight became impossible to arrest. Initial technical hypotheses pointed to hatch cover failure. Bulk carriers have large box-like holds, and they depend on hatches and seals being strong. If those fail, water can enter a hold quickly, and then shift the weight balance of the entire ship. When tons of ore move together, the list grows fast. Some failures can be slow and detectable, and some can be sudden and catastrophic. In the Derbyshire case, the investigation concluded that wave action and design weaknesses combined to allow flooding to begin and to build up faster than the crew could respond. For families, the working through of technical cause is necessary, but never fully satisfying. They ask why a modern vessel can become a question mark, and the industry asked how to make sure similar ships had better safety margins. The inquiry led to changes in design standards, and to closer examination of hatch strength and maintenance regimes for bulk carriers. Engineers introduced new inspections and re-evaluated load assumptions. Those procedural shifts are important because they turn a tragic lesson into practical rules for new captains who will cross the same weather. Sailors carry the Derbyshire story as a kind of quiet warning. They tell newcomers that size is not a shield, and that even big steel can fail sooner than expected if multiple systems break at once. They talk about the feel of the ocean when it presses differently, and they talk about the need for constant vigilance. For mariners, the case is not only about metal but about culture, how a company treats repairs, how it responds to fatigue, and how crews are empowered to delay a voyage when conditions dictate caution. The Derbyshire's loss was a turning point in how bulk carriers are viewed and regulated, and that practical outcome is important. But the deeper effect is cultural. When a modern ship with all sorts of safety devices vanishes, the maritime community must accept both technical fixes and a persistent humility. The sea keeps forces that exceed our designs when the right combination of stresses arrives, and the Derbyshire taught a generation to look for those combinations and to treat silence as a failure warning. In memory, the ship is both symbol and teacher. Families still hold names for those lost, and crews still lower heads in quiet when they pass sites that once held a hull. The Derbyshire remains a cautionary tale. Systems matter, maintenance matters, and when the sea presses, we must respect that it does not make promises. Regulators tightened rules and ships got stronger where they could, and that is a practical legacy. But the captain's last radio silence will remain one of the hardest things to reconcile, because training teaches people to call first, and the lack of that call is what leaves loved ones and colleagues with a silence that echoes. On the Great Lakes, they speak the name Edmund Fitzgerald, in a voice that is part history and part ritual, and the story is both close and distant, because the lake holds memory in a different way than the open ocean. The Fitzgerald was a bulk carrier built for the unique demands of the lakes. She was large, and she had a reputation for handling loads well. Crews who worked on her knew the weather patterns, and they respected Superior, because she is not a lake in the soft sense. She can become an ocean without permission. The November storm that took her was severe, and winds built into a wall of white that broke against the hulls of other freighters. The captain sent a last message that sounded ordinary and steady, and people who heard that transmission remember the calm in the voice like a last human comfort. The report, "We are holding our own," is both simple and terrible, because it is a phrase spoken by a person who trusts training, and a ship that has done the job before. Searchers found only fragments in a storm-scattered field. Lifeboats were overturned and the debris was finite, and there were no survivors to tell the tale. The fact that the ship went down with the whole crew made the loss harder to accept, because it left only speculation and debris as witnesses. Divers found the wreck later, and the hull was in two sections, and that fact suggested an extreme stress on structure at some point in the sequence that took her. Some argued she broke on the surface and then sank, and others argued she plunged and hit the bottom, and those technical debates take place because grief needs something to hold on to. The Great Lakes are inland and many communities watch crossings from shore. That closeness changes the grief because families know the waters, and they imagine foregone seasons. The lack of final words was a deep wound, and the absence of a Mayday message left families with an impossible silence. Investigations considered possible factors: water in cargo holds, hatch failures, progressive flooding, and even rogue waves, but no single cause satisfied everyone. People read the reports and found conclusions mixed with uncertainty. For those who sailed the lakes, the Fitzgerald became a lesson in respect. They drilled longer, they checked hatches again, and they trained for conditions that can grow fast. The music and poems that followed the tragedy made the story part of public memory, and the ship's name became shorthand for how quickly the safe can become unsafe. Men who go down into cold water know how little time there can be between trouble and irreversible danger, and the Fitzgeralds' loss tightened that knowledge into ritual practice. Beyond technical fixes, there were human changes. Shipping companies re-evaluated weather reporting and harbor coordination. Captains talked more frankly about turning back, and crews had clearer authority to delay. The tragedy pushed a culture of caution and of improved communication. Those practical moves would not bring the lost back, but they did honor them in a way that prevented some future losses. And yet the lake keeps its final judgment. Some nights the shoreline is quiet and small lights cross the water and everyone remembers the Fitzgerald, and they think about how silence can be not just an absence but the last presence. Her story lives because people will not let go of the feeling that a calm voice can be the last sound a family ever hears, and because the lake itself is large enough to hold a mystery without answering. The Sewol carried groups of students and families, and that made her loss into a national wound, because it touched a community and a country in a way these other stories often do not. She was a ferry used by ordinary people and school groups, and the memory of children and teachers together made the eventual outcome especially painful. On a routine morning, the ship left port and passengers took seats and photos, and a sense of ordinary travel wrapped the day in small comforts. Cargo stowage and ship modifications had reduced the vessel's stability over time, and that detail became important when the ship began to list. Passengers said the tilt at first felt mild, and so many people kept their routine and trusted the loudspeaker announcements. The crew told people to stay put, and passengers obeyed, because authority is a social glue that helps communities function. That obedience, however, intersected with a mechanical reality. When a ship tilts past a certain angle, normal evacuation becomes impossible. When cargo shifted and water breached passages, the situation escalated quickly. The public address system told people to wait, and many did. Later that decision would be a rift, dividing judgment and grief. Rescue forces arrived and hovered, and viewers across the country watched the ferry list and sink in slow motion as cameras showed each inch. The suspense was different from a sudden violent loss, because it was prolonged, and that prolongation made public outrage and sorrow explode together. Investigations found errors at multiple levels. The ship was overloaded, the cargo was not stowed correctly, and the crew had not run effective drills. They were not prepared for the speed of the tilt, and their instructions did not match what an emergency needed. The government and the Coast Guard faced criticism for delayed response, and the event led to major institutional changes. The emotional energy in the country demanded accountability, and that demand led to prosecutions and to reforms in ferry safety. For families, the most painful memory was not only the absence, but the messages sent by students trapped inside cabins. Those final texts became the last voices, and they carried an intimacy that no report could remove. They made the national reaction visceral and immediate, and they turned policy debates into something deeply human. The Sewol's loss forced a society to re-examine how it treats regulation, how it balances profit and safety, and how it responds when things go wrong. The ship was eventually raised for investigation and for the need of families to have a tangible place for closure. That operation took years, and it was costly, and it filled the news cycle and public memory. It also allowed investigators to confirm many of their technical findings and to make more permanent changes in rules for passenger ferries and in Coast Guard training. Those legal and technical moves were necessary, and they provided structure to the grief. Yet the true cost remains the human cost. The children who trusted orders and waited as water rose are the hardest image to live with. The Sewol showed that disasters can be not only mechanical but social. Small decisions about cargo, small habits about enforcement, and cultural deference to authority can combine into a situation where silence and delay kill more than the water itself. The ferry's name lives in the way families now demand clearer rules, and in how sailors think about human behavior during emergency. The lesson of the Sewol is practical and moral. It asks people to value courage over trust when seconds count, and it demands systems that back up individual judgment. It also demands that communities listen when young voices send their last words. The sea did not act with malice, it acted like water. But our response to water's indifference can be humane, and the Sewol changed many practices so that fewer lives are sacrificed to silence and to old routines. In September 2002, the Senegalese ferry Lyubov became the stage of one of the deadliest maritime disasters in modern history. She was licensed to carry about 600 passengers, yet when she left port that evening, officials estimate that more than 1,800 were aboard. Families crowded decks, traders stacked goods in narrow spaces, and students filled cabins, laughing and singing as the ferry pushed into the Atlantic. For many, she was the only connection between rural communities and the capital. As night deepened, winds grew, and waves rose. At first, the role of the ship seemed ordinary, part of river meets ocean rhythm. Survivors would later recall that the tilt felt slow at first, almost unnoticed. Then in minutes, the angle grew sharper. Cargo shifted, water swept across decks, and the Lyubov rolled onto her side. Passengers trapped inside cabins pounded at doors, while those on deck were thrown suddenly into the sea. The ferry capsized so quickly that distress calls never left her bridge. Entire families vanished, leaving behind only silence for loved ones waiting on shore. In the following days, villagers along the coast were among the first to find survivors, pulling them from currents, clinging to planks of wood, or overturned lifeboats. But by then, the toll was already unbearable. Investigations pointed to overloading and poor maintenance. Stabilizers had weakened, engines struggled, and cargo was stacked far beyond regulation. Yet these answers did little to soften grief. Overloading was common, yet not every ferry toppled. Why had the Lyubov surrendered so suddenly? Survivors swore that the vessel leaned unnaturally, as if pushed from beneath. Others noted the eerie absence of sound. The ferry did not groan or shudder, but simply slipped over, as though silence itself had pulled her down. For Senegal, the loss was more than tragedy. It became a national wound, a reminder of government neglect, of ignored warnings, of silence in places where vigilance should have stood. Families received no closure, no final messages, only the echo of unanswered questions. Today, the Lyubov rests on the seabed as a sealed tomb. Officials have declared her a maritime grave, untouched out of respect for the thousands she still holds. Yet her story is told again and again, not only in Senegal, but wherever ferries sail. She was modern enough, monitored enough, trusted enough, and yet she became a symbol of silence. How human error, compounded by neglect, can erase voices faster than the ocean itself. In November 1941, the Soviet hospital ship Armenia left Sevastopol during the Black Sea evacuations of World War II. She carried not only wounded soldiers, but thousands of civilians fleeing the advance of German forces. Records suggest as many as 7,000 people crammed onto a vessel designed for far fewer. Her white hull was painted with red crosses, symbols meant to shield her under the rules of war. Yet the sea does not always recognize symbols, and silence often falls where law fails. The Armenia sailed at dawn, escorted by 2 small patrol craft. Hours later, German aircraft struck. Bombs and torpedoes tore into her side. Survivors recalled one moment of calm sea, followed by an eruption of fire, screams and chaos. Within minutes the ship rolled and vanished beneath the Black Sea. Out of thousands aboard, fewer than 100 survived. For decades her wreck lay undiscovered. Families lived with silence, no grave to visit, no proof of her final rest. Only in recent years did divers locate her remains, twisted deep beneath the water. The scale of loss was almost too large for words. One ship, thousands of lives, erased in minutes. But what lingers is not just the violence but the absence of accountability. Hospital ships were meant to be protected, yet she sailed without proper escort, without clear coordination. Why had orders been rushed? Why had she sailed so exposed? Survivors spoke of panic and neglect, decisions made hastily that doomed her passengers before bombs ever fell. For mariners, the Armenia story is often told as a warning. War amplifies silence, turning oceans into graveyards, where even mercy is not recognized. The sea kept her hidden for generations, and when she was finally found, her story reopened old wounds. She was a modern ship of her time, but like so many, she fell faster than understanding could follow. In August 1986, the Soviet passenger liner Admiral Nakhimov set out from Novorossiysk on the Black Sea. She carried more than 1,000 people, holidaymakers, families, crew, sailing along a familiar route. She was an aging ship, once German-built, captured during World War II, and refitted for Soviet service. Though dated, she remained trusted by the public. That trust ended within minutes. Not long after departure, the freighter Pyotr Varsov approached dangerously close. Both captains had exchanged signals, but miscommunication and misjudgment sealed the liner's fate. The freighter struck her side, tearing a massive gash through steel. Water surged in with shocking speed, flooding cabins and engine rooms. Survivors recalled the instant panic, passengers thrown from beds, corridors, suddenly waist-deep in seawater, and the smell of fuel rising through the ship. Within 7 minutes, the Admiral Nakhimov rolled and sank. Rescue vessels were close, and pulled hundreds from the sea, yet 423 lives were lost in those brief, chaotic minutes. Families on shore struggled with the suddenness. How could a ship so large, so near to land, vanish in less than 10 minutes? Investigators laid blame on negligence, poor navigation, and the arrogance of both captains. But survivors remembered something deeper: the silence between collisions. They said the ship groaned, but gave no time for warning. Alarms failed, announcements came too late, and many passengers never had the chance to reach decks. The wreck remains on the seabed, rusting in silence, still holding memories of that night. For sailors in the Black Sea, the Admiral Nakhimov is invoked as lesson and curse. She proved that distance from land, modern equipment, and busy shipping lanes cannot guarantee safety. All it takes is one mistake, and silence closes in. The Bechimo was no ordinary freighter. Built in 1914, she was designed for Arctic trade, carrying furs and supplies along Canada's northern coast. By the 1930s, she had already survived harsh voyages, her steel hull scarred but intact. Yet her end did not come through storm or collision. It came through silence, drifting, and disappearance that still fuels maritime folklore. In October 1931, the Bechimo became trapped in pack ice near Alaska. Her crew abandoned ship temporarily, sheltering on shore. When the ice shifted, they returned expecting to find her crushed. Instead, she floated free. For weeks she drifted, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, and each time the crew debated whether to salvage her. Finally, storms forced evacuation, and she was left to the Arctic. But the Bechimo did not sink. For decades, Inuit hunters and passing vessels reported sightings of her, silent, ghost-like, drifting through frozen seas. She became known as the ghost ship of the Arctic. Her hull, empty and abandoned, sailed without crew for nearly 40 years. Each report described her drifting silently, ice gathering on her decks, windows black, a ship alive but lifeless. The last confirmed sighting came in 1969, still afloat, still wandering. Since then, she has vanished completely, no wreck located, no trace found. Theories suggest she finally succumbed to ice and storms, sinking beneath Arctic waters. But the absence of her wreck fuels speculation. Did she drift farther than expected? Does she still lie hidden under shifting ice? For Arctic sailors, the Beichimo is more than legend. She represents the endurance of steel and the indifference of the sea. A ship abandoned, yet alive, moving silently through decades, defying explanation. She reminds us that disappearance is not always sudden. It can be slow, ghostly, stretched across years. The Beichimo's story bridges history and myth, but at its heart lies silence. Silence of radios never used, silence of crew long gone, silence of steel gliding across frozen seas with no voice to claim her. For sailors in the north, she is proof that some ships do not simply vanish. They linger, haunting waters until the sea finally decides to keep them. People who worked ferries in the 1980s remember the Herald of free enterprise, not just because she sank, but because she showed how a modern routine can collapse faster than anyone expects. She was a roll-on/roll-off ferry, built to carry cars and trucks and people across relatively short channels. And for that kind of ship, quick turnaround in port is everything. Companies competed on speed and efficiency, and that pressure to leave the dock and make the next sailing shaped behavior in ways that mattered. On that calm March night, she left Zeebrugge full of passengers, vehicles, and freight. The decks were crowded, lounges were warm with conversation, and many people were finishing meals and heading toward cabins or seats. For travelers, the short crossing felt safe because the sea was quiet and the weather was ordinary. For the crew, the evening was routine, and they completed the standard checks, because that is what trained mariners do. Yet beneath routine there were small cracks: fatigue after long shifts, assumptions that someone else had completed a task, and an organizational habit of trusting the prior watch. The fatal moment was simple and almost mundane. As the ferry left the harbour, the bow doors were left open. Those doors allow cars to roll on and off quickly, and they are practical, but they are also a barrier between the sea and the vehicle deck. With the doors open, the car deck was effectively a flat, unsegregated space, with a direct path for water to come aboard. In normal conditions, that is not an immediate danger, and crews rely on checklists to ensure doors are closed. On that night, the assistant who should have secured the bow doors was asleep, exhausted from long hours, and the bridge officers did not notice. Everyone assumed the other had done the job. What followed happened in minutes. A wave swept across the open deck, and water poured into the car deck, like a bucket tipped inside a room. The car deck filled, and the weight of moving water shifted the ferry's center of gravity. The ship heeled violently to one side. People were thrown from chairs and tables, and passengers who were below decks found themselves trapped as corridors became angled and doors jammed. In under 2 minutes, the ferry rolled and capsized. Panels and furniture that had been normal minutes before became hazards, and lights failed, so the dark turned directionless. Survivors later told of a strange silence that fell in the seconds after the roll. It was the silence of engines dying and announcements cutting off, and it was also the silence of people frozen by shock. Some people who were on deck managed to scramble into lifeboats or cling to rafts, and rescue vessels were nearby, and they responded quickly. But many passengers were below, and the speed of the capsize left them no time to find exits or to move. When rescue boats arrived, they found overturned lifeboats and people in the water, and they pulled hundreds to safety, but 193 lives were lost. The inquiry that followed did not look for drama, because there was none. It looked for human causes that are often quiet and systemic. The report found that the assistant whose job it was had been asleep because of overwork, and that officers on the bridge had assumed the doors were closed because that assumption had been the norm. The company's culture valued rapid turnarounds, and there were weak enforcement and inadequate checks. Emergency drills had been skimmed, and the management failed to see that small human errors can cascade into catastrophe. What made the Herald's sinking so shameful and so educational was the speed. A modern ferry sank in minutes without a storm and without fire. The silence that followed was not natural. It was manufactured from a chain of omissions. That idea haunted people, and it changed rules. International maritime safety conventions were strengthened. Roll-on/roll-off ferries had to adopt stricter checks for bow doors. Companies were forced to recognize that human fatigue is dangerous, and that checklists must be enforced, not assumed. Life-saving equipment standards were revised, and emergency procedures were made clearer. Beyond regulations, the Herald left a human imprint. Survivors described a quiet that was louder than panic, because there was no time for organized action, and families were left with questions that no report could wholly answer. Communities along the route changed how passengers are briefed before travel. Crews adopted double checks and mandated calls before sailing. A ferry is a public space, and the public demanded safer habits. Those habits are now part of the routine in ports where roll-on/roll-off ships sail, and they exist because the silence of that night was not allowed to be a casual lesson. The Herald endures as proof that the sea does not need fury to punish neglect. It can accept a small human error and turn it into a final absence. That lesson is practical and stark: secure doors, respect fatigue, enforce drills, and never assume that someone else has done the job. When those small things break down, silence follows, and silence can be as deadly as any storm. People who work ferries now tell the story not to frighten, but to remind each other of the fragile line that separates routine from disaster. And they keep their checklists close because the night taught them that ordinary things can end lives in minutes. The Princess of the Stars crossed the Philippine archipelago, like many other ferries, and in that country ferries are lifelines connecting islands, markets, and families. People trust them daily because distance and geography make them necessary. On the morning she sailed, that June, she was full of weekend travelers, children, and cargo. The ship's outward appearance was normal enough, and many people boarded thinking of beaches and visits, and not of danger. The weather forecast that day should have given pause. Typhoon Fengshen was an intensifying system, and warnings had been issued. Yet the company believed the vessel could make the passage. There were economic pressures. The ferry schedule is a business, and delays can cost a company, and that pressure can rub away caution. In the Philippines, such decisions are common because islands rely on regular service, and crews often face difficult calls, where safety and livelihood push in different directions. On the voyage, the wind built and the sea rose. Survivors later told of a groaning sound as the ship's engines worked harder and as cargo shifted in its lashings. The first tilt felt minor to many, and so they kept routine. They moved from lounge to cabin, and they trusted what the crew announced. But the tilt worsened as water began to move freely in spaces that should have stayed dry. Stairwells became walls and corridors filled with water as doors failed to hold, and as the center of gravity shifted. Evacuation became difficult because the angle of the ship made using lifeboats impossible. Lifeboat davits could not swing clear, and some lifeboats could not be lowered, given the list. Passengers below decks were trapped as hallways sloped and doors jammed. Those on deck tried to move to higher rails and to cling to anything that floated. Rescue boats came, and fishermen from nearby islands plunged into the waves to pull survivors. But the numbers of people were too large, and the conditions were too severe. Hundreds disappeared beneath the water. What haunts families most is the image of cabins left intact. Divers later found people still wearing life jackets, and food trays still on tables, as if midday had been interrupted. That stillness in enclosed spaces felt like a silence imposed externally, a calm scene frozen by sudden catastrophe. The images made headlines because they showed not only technical failure, but the human result of decisions that had been made before departure. Investigations pointed strongly to the decision to sail despite typhoon warnings. The company was criticized for ignoring forecasts and for allowing departure under pressure. Officials blamed lax enforcement and a tolerance for risk in favor of schedules. But families and the public wanted more than blame. They wanted reasons why warnings had been ignored. The government launched inquiries and there were prosecutions, and the maritime agencies that regulate ferry operations were criticized for not being firm enough. This disaster had an additional dimension. It showed how habit and trust can be lethal, Passengers obeyed orders to remain in cabins because they trusted the announcements. In an emergency, deference to authority can be an asset when crew are competent and when procedures are right. But when authority is slow or wrong, obedience becomes a liability. Many of the lost were students who obeyed instructions to stay put. Those last messages, texted to parents, became an unbearable record of trust turned tragic. They changed public attitudes about safety briefings and about the need for clear evacuation orders. The Princess sinking also highlighted systemic problems. Inspectors later found that overloading was common and that safety equipment was not always properly maintained. Life jackets existed, but may not have been accessible to everyone. The ship had been modified over the years, and those modifications may have affected stability. For small island nations, these systemic issues are complicated by resources and by the need to balance commerce with safety. The tragedy forced a national reckoning in the Philippines and led to changes in enforcement, in manifest checking, and in inspections. Public anger and grief pressed governments into actions, stricter licensing, a crackdown on risky sailings during typhoons, and a push to make safety non-negotiable. For families of victims, those changes were a small measure of justice, though they could not restore lost lives. Memorials were held, and communities continue to remember the dead in quiet ways. The images of unpacked cabins and uncompleted meals haunt the national memory, and they remind the country that the sea will accept human error without apology. In practical terms, the Princess of the Stars taught lessons that are now common: never sail into a typhoon, secure cargo better, insist on drills, and empower crews to refuse departure when risk is high. It changed how agencies and companies talk about safety, and it shaped cultural expectations about compliance and oversight. For every captain and deckhand who heard that story, it became a living rule: treat warnings as real, and act sooner rather than later. The silence that settled in the cabins of the Princess was not merely the absence of sound. It was the consequence of a chain of decisions, and the country reorganized itself partly to prevent that chain repeating. The Ferry's wreck and the lives lost remain a scar on the national psyche, and the memory of the day acts as a call to better governance, to better company accountability, and to the human value of putting safety before schedules. That is the lasting and practical effect: a social change rooted in grief, and a set of habits that slow the rush to depart when warnings speak loudest. Those habits, in the end, can save lives. War changes everything it touches, and it changes the sea as well. And the story of the Atlantic Conveyor is a reminder that when merchant ships are pressed into military roles, their ordinary vulnerabilities become urgent liabilities. The Atlantic Conveyor was a commercial container ship repurposed to support a distant campaign, and she carried helicopters, supplies, spare parts and fuel, cargo that was essential to operations. In the context of the Falklands conflict, the loss of such a ship meant lost capability and a jump in risk for troops and planners. She sailed with the best intentions and the best urgency. Her cargo included helicopters that would give troops mobility and reach, and because the war was fought at distance, logistics mattered more than ever. Those helicopters were not simply boxes. They were tools that changed the course of operations, and the Atlantic Conveyor therefore carried not only materials, but also the potential to shape battles. That combination made her a strategic target and left her exposed. On the day she was struck, the vessel was operating in a contested zone. Argentine aircraft were active, and they carried Exocet missiles that had proven deadly in prior attacks. In a matter of moments, 2 missiles found their marks in areas packed with fuel and flammable material. Containers and decks became furnaces. The ship's crew scrambled as best they could, and men fought fires as training and conditions allowed, but fuel-fed inferno moves faster than human arms. The fire spread through stacks of boxes and stores, reaching ammunition and other volatile loads, and heat made some sections impossible to approach. The noise of missile impact was followed by a shock that travelers on other ships felt as an unnatural vibration across the sea. For crews on the Atlantic Conveyor, survival became the priority, and for the military the priority was to save life, and preserve operational capability. Rescue efforts pulled survivors from the water, and they saved many lives, but a dozen sailors and officers died. The ship itself was sacrificed to the flames, and she was consigned to a depth where salvage was not practical. In the years after, people debated operational choices that made the ship vulnerable. Why had an important logistics vessel sailed without adequate defensive measures, and could the cargo have been stowed differently to reduce fire risk? In wartime, many decisions are made under pressure and with imperfect intelligence. The idea that merchant ships must be armed or escorted in modern conflict zones became a topic of intense discussion. Military planners had to confront the fact that civilian manned ships are vital, and that their vulnerability can change the scale of a campaign. A hard lesson taken from the loss was that the stowage of flammable and explosive supplies matters more than schedule. In a hurry, loading can be optimized for speed rather than for safety. In the Atlantic conveyor's case, the presence of fuel and munitions in close proximity multiplied the danger. Ships designed for peacetime trade can be converted quickly for wartime use, but conversions do not erase the basic weaknesses of a hull built for commerce. Military logistics cannot rely on luck. There were also questions about communications. In the first minutes after the attack, confusing reports and the fog of war made coordination difficult. That delay is normal in combat, but it compounds the human cost. The silence that follows a strike in a war zone is different from the silence in peacetime accidents, because it is mixed with secrecy, censorship, and operational security. Families of some lost crew members faced delays in receiving full information, because authorities had to balance public transparency with military necessity. The Atlantic conveyor became in memory both a tale of sacrifice and a case study. For the Royal Navy and Allied forces, the ship's loss meant a re-evaluation of how merchant shipping would be used in future conflicts. Procedures for defensive escorts, for the separation of volatile cargo, and for redundancy in airborne support were reconsidered. The disaster forced a practical recognition that commercial lines cannot be pressed into military service without major changes in how goods are carried and protected. Beyond the technical and strategic outcomes, the human story remains most visible. Men who were ordered aboard felt the pressure of being part of something larger than themselves, and their families had to live with the loss while a nation debated strategy. Memorials remember the names of those lost, and communities still mark the date of sinking with quiet reflection. The ship's name reappears in accounts of the Falklands campaign, and in studies of maritime logistics, and it acts as a cautionary marker in military doctrine. The Atlantic conveyor tells us that in war civilian and military lines blur, and that the sea will not soften that blur. When merchantmen carry the tools of conflict, their risks change, and those risks can have outsized consequences. The loss urged planners to treat logistics with the seriousness of combat, and it made clear that silence after an attack is full of questions that must be answered by better planning and by the hard work of learning from loss. Some ships become famous for their voyages, and others drift into legend because they refuse to die on schedule. The Lyubov Orlova began as a Soviet cruise liner, built to take tourists into cold and distant seas, and for decades she carried people and stories across Arctic routes. She was built with ice-class needs in mind, and for years she did reasonably well. Ships age, though, and the combination of wear, market changes, and expense turns liners into liabilities. The Orlova's decline was gradual until it became sudden. By the early 2000s, she had been decommissioned and stripped down for sale. Companies bought and sold old vessels, and each new owner hoped for profit from scrap. In 2013, she was sold and put under tow for the long trip to a scrapyard, where she would be dismantled and recycled. Those final voyages under tow are always risky because the towed hull has no motive power and depends on tugs and weather. Tow lines can snap under stress, and that is exactly what happened. While being towed across the North Atlantic, a severe storm hammered the towing setup, and the tow line failed. The crew of the tugs tried to regain control, but the Orlova drifted free into older, deeper waters. Salvage teams raced to find and secure her, but sea and distance worked together. Waves and currents, and the sheer logistics of weather and shipping, made salvage expensive and difficult. Attempts were made, and private companies and insurers debated the cost of recovery versus the loss to be accepted. In the end, the ship was declared derelict. What followed set the Orlova apart from many derelict vessels. Reports and rumors of sightings began to appear. Fishermen claimed to see the silhouette of a great ship far off, and sometimes a dark shape would be seen in fog or along horizon lines, where shipping lanes cross. Satellite images were ambiguous, and some sightings could not be verified. The image of an abandoned cruise liner, drifting like some Iron Age ghost, carried a peculiar human power. It was eerie and it looked like a story the ocean writes when people leave ships to fate. A further detail complicated the tale. Automatic emergency beacons were reported to have signaled at times, and there were stories of registrations and insurance paperwork that failed to account for a vessel adrift without crew. The Orlova became a problem for mariners and for coastal authorities, because a derelict ship can be hazardous. It can be a hazard to navigation, it can pollute waters with leaking fuel and oil, and it can attract salvagers and opportunists who get into dangerous situations trying to reach her. The tussles over responsibility for derelict vessels are legal and messy. The ship's status as a ghost ship fed public imagination. Bloggers and news sites circulated photos and claims, and an online lore grew about rats cannibalized crew, a grotesque rumor, and eerie sightings. Some turned it into a tourist myth, while others worried about environmental hazard. In truth, those sensational stories distract from practical concerns. The Orlova was a derelict object that could break apart and create environmental and navigational problems, and the cost of towing a hulking liner back to port is huge. Governments and maritime authorities eventually acted in measured ways. They assigned zones for monitoring derelict vessels, they required owners to post bonds against abandonment, and they clarified procedures for issuance of salvage notices when a ship was at risk of becoming a hazard. The Orlova made visible gaps in international maritime law about responsibility for aging hulls, and those gaps needed filling because a drifting cruise liner is more than a ghost story. It is a public policy problem. As years passed, reports of the Orlova faded into the sporadic. Some satellite images captured ambiguous shapes, and some fishermen still told of a shadow beyond the horizon. But no confirmed verifiable wreck has been universally accepted. The uncertainty turned her into a metaphor for the modern age's capacity to lose things. Technology tracks much but not everything, and private companies do not always have the incentive to pay the full cost of disposal. The sea then takes what remains and erases paper trails. For sailors, the Orlova is a cautionary figure. Treat older hulls with respect, enforce bonds and disposal regulations tightly, and do not let an old symbol of leisure become a hazard to others. For coastal communities, the lesson was also practical. Monitoring and quick action around derelict ships reduce risks to fishing and tourism. And for anyone who hears the story, the Orlova is a reminder that not every ship's end is neat. Some vanish into rumor and sediment, and their names live on in talk rather than in wrecks. The ship's image, an empty liner drifting under stars, captures a deep human unease. We do not like things abandoned in motion because motion suggests agency, and an unmanned ship that moves is a small defiance of order. That is why the Orlova's tale captured attention, and why she is still told in pubs and online. She is a modern ghost and a modern policy problem at once, and her long drifting end teaches us that abandonment creates danger, and that silence sometimes arrives in slow circles rather than sudden storms. She was a wartime tanker rebuilt for civilian work, and people trusted her because the route felt familiar, and because the crew knew every mile of warm water between the Gulf and the Atlantic. Outsiders saw an ordinary ship, yet inside her hull, long rectangular tanks, lined with rubber-held molten sulfur, and heated coils kept it liquid, so it could be pumped like fuel. The conversion looked clean on paper, and inspections were signed, and the ship went back to sea again and again. Her wake trailed neat and white, and her log read like routine, and nothing suggested that the ocean had saved a different page. There was a last message, and it sounded calm, and it marked course and weather, and it carried no hint of trouble. No vibration was mentioned, and no strange list, and no shift in the voice that would make a radio operator sit up. After that came silence, and silence stayed. She did not return, and no distress call reached shore. Aircraft flew grid after grid, and found only blue water at first, and the horizon looked flat and bright, and the sky was as ordinary as a postcard. Days later debris began to appear: a life jacket, a name-board, pieces of cork, scrap wood with a smell that stung. Investigators drew boxes on charts, and listed what they knew. The ship carried thousands of tons of molten sulfur, kept just above melting, and heat plus cargo made vapors that could eat rubber and slip through seams, and then seawater could rush into places no one could see. The conversion left bulkheads with awkward gaps, and long tank tops flexed in heavy weather before. Survey notes from earlier runs mentioned cracks, patches and odd smells that clung to clothes. Men had spoken about the way the deck hummed underfoot when the coils were hot, and how the cargo sat like a quiet weight that never shifted until it did. There was talk about explosion, because sulfur dust can ignite, and molten cargo can flare if air finds it, and there was talk about sudden structural failure, because long box-like tanks can pry a hull apart if they work loose. Charts showed shallow ridges and deeper valleys below, and weather maps showed bands of squalls that turned wind without warning, and still none of this explained why no one called. Radios sit ready, and officers drill for Mayday, and night watchers keep headsets on, and yet the headsets heard nothing. Silence wrote itself into the log where words should have been. Families waited for facts while the file grew heavy with theories. The Coast Guard wrote that the conversion added hazards no one could measure cleanly, and that the ship may have broken, and that molten sulfur could have poured into the sea and cooled into strange yellow plates before slipping under. Divers never found the hull, because the depth was beyond the gear of that time, and because currents drag steel into canyons, and scatter it like leaves. The report used careful language, and it stopped where proof ended, and proof ended far above the bottom. One more detail stayed in memory: small yet stubborn, debris that came ashore, carried a sharp smell, and some pieces showed burns so clean they looked cut, even though no flame had been seen from the air. Sailors argued over what fire leaves on timber when sulfur burns hot and starved of air, and they argued over what heat and seawater do to rubber linings and gaskets. Those arguments never closed the space between silence and sight. The sea had returned scraps, and scraps do not explain. Today, when crews walk checklists before sailing with any cargo that changes state, they think of her. They think about heat and pressure, and how design choices stack risk even when every box is ticked. They think about quiet parts like gaskets and joints tucked behind frames, and long runs of steel that flex when waves march for hours from one direction. They think about radios, because a ship can be full of voices one minute and empty the next, and sometimes the only record left is ordinary words followed by nothing. Her route is still busy, and ships still cross it in fair weather and foul, and the water looks as calm as it did on the morning she left. Sometimes the sea is white with chop, and sometimes it is glass, and neither surface tells what waits below. That is hard to explain ashore. A ship can be modern and crude by careful hands, and still be exposed to something no one sees, and when that thing arrives, it does not announce itself. It simply comes, and by the time you name it, you are already behind. Sailors pass over her likely grave without fanfare, because there is nothing to see, and there is nothing to mark. They read the set of the wind and the color of the water, and they keep engines at a steady beat, and perhaps when the watch changes, someone remembers that a tanker once vanished here, and that her last word was ordinary. That is why her story holds. It is not spectacle that makes it endure. It is the plain tone of a final report, the easy words spoken into a headset, and the way silence arrived after them like weather. So her name lives on in training briefings, and in quiet talk between engineers who stand over manifolds, and in the way a deckhand checks a hose twice when heat is involved, and in the way a captain watches the barometer even when the sky looks honest. She is a lesson written simply: do not assume conversion makes a hull into something it was never built to be, and do not assume silence is safety, and do not believe that modern means invulnerable. The ocean does not change its mind for paperwork. It remembers every seam. The poet left an American coast, with grain in her holds, and a small crew that knew routine by heart, and the weather that night felt workable. Radios logged a simple exchange, and the ship sailed east into the open Atlantic, and nothing in those first hours set her apart from 100 other freighters. She had steel that had crossed oceans for years, and she had engines that answered the telegraph with a steady note, and she had a captain who kept his voice even. Families slept at home and thought about return dates. Her last transmission sounded ordinary. It marked position and speed and a plan to adjust for weather, and it carried no hurry. After that, the air went quiet. When the ship failed to report again, the search began, and aircraft flew long lines over empty water, and cutters pushed far into swells, and there was no oil sheen, and no drift and no flare. The sea gave back nothing. A freighter had left one shore, and never reached the next, and even a life ring with paint on it would not rise. People offered weather as answer, because there were storms in the lanes ahead, and people offered steel fatigue, because time does that to ships, and people offered other shadows that sail with speculation. But every idea fell against the same hard wall. Why no call? Radios can fail, but two radios do not fail the same way at the same moment, and a voice can shout into any working channel, and even a broken sentence can survive into the log. The poet gave nothing, and that nothing set her apart. Inquiries traced her paperwork, and found normal things: inspections done, cargo loaded and trimmed, crew certified, fuel measured, and routes chosen. Friends of the crew shared small details that felt human and heavy. A deckhand had promised his kid a souvenir from abroad. An engineer had written about a rattle he meant to check. None of that became evidence, yet it fixed the story in a place where lives were real, and days were counted, and the blank that followed was larger because of those notes. Sailors on other ships began to talk in mess rooms about moments when a hull feels different, and about swells that run across other swells and lift a bow in the wrong rhythm, and about cargo that settles in a way that makes a ship feel heavy without being heavy. They talked about how quick a freighter can go nose down if compartments open to one another, and how a single bad minute can erase a calm night. They spoke soft because there is superstition in every port, and because some stories are told with respect. The families held memorials without remains, and they stood together under flags, and listened to soft words that could not fill the space where voices had been. The sea does that. It takes the chance to say goodbye. It removes touch and replaces it with distance measured in miles and guesses. The poet became one of those names that live between a bulletin and a prayer. Crews still cross the same water, and they pass through nights that look just like that one, and they keep radios on and keep the habit of calling out quick, and they watch small changes and read the wind. The lesson is quiet. A ship can be strong and history can be long, yet silence can still arrive without hurry and without sign. On charts a line runs from the last fix into white, and a caption says missing, and that is all the ocean gives. The Derbyshire's disappearance in 1980 was not only a story of steel and storm, but also of silence that leaves families without closure. She was the largest British bulk carrier ever built, and when she sailed into the path of Typhoon Orchid south of Japan, she was expected to endure. Her class had been designed for strength, her holds were reinforced, and her crew was experienced. Yet the ocean reminded everyone that strength is not permanence. When she failed to arrive, aircraft and ships were dispatched. Nothing was found at first, not even floating debris. It was as though she had been erased in one motion. Later, lifeboats and fragments surfaced, battered, but offering no explanation. The families of the 44 crew demanded answers, and for years none came. Inquiries cited heavy weather, but such storms had been survived before. Decades later, the wreck was located more than 4,000 meters down, scattered across the seabed. Investigators discovered her hatch covers had likely failed under pounding seas, allowing tons of water to flood her holds. With the weight of ore already pressing against bulkheads, the flood may have dragged her bow down so quickly that not even a radio call escaped. The way her hull was torn suggested she was overwhelmed in minutes, not hours. What unsettled many was the idea that silence had been her only defense. The crew may have realized what was happening, yet had no time to act. Radios remained silent, alarms unsounded. Even in her last moments, the Derbyshire left no witness. Her loss changed shipping laws, forcing improvements in hatch strength and inspection regimes. But for mariners the memory remains heavier. She was not an old ship, nor poorly managed. She was modern, trusted, and still she failed faster than anyone believed possible. The silence of her end is now part of her story, retold as warning. When the ocean chooses, there is no time for words. Among maritime tales, none unsettles sailors more than that of the Ourang Medan. In the late 1940s, ships in the Strait of Malacca received a chilling radio call. All officers, including captain, dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead.
Heck, yous ging back to it today.
After a pause, another message followed. I die. Coordinates were unclear, but vessels rushed to search. They found her drifting, silent. Boarding parties climbed aboard and saw crew scattered across decks and cabins, their faces frozen in terror. Arms were outstretched, mouths open, yet there were no wounds. It looked as though fear itself had killed them. Even the ship's dog was found dead, teeth bared, as if at an unseen threat. Before investigators could look further, smoke began rising from her hold. The boarding party fled. Moments later, an explosion tore through the ship, and the Ourang Medan sank beneath the sea, leaving no wreck to study. Theories multiplied. Some suggested carbon monoxide or chemical leaks suffocated the crew. Others argued the vessel carried hazardous cargo, improperly stored. More sensational tales spoke of the supernatural, something unseen that terrified the crew to death. What deepens the mystery is the absence of records. No registry lists her construction. No archives confirm her ownership. It is as if she existed only to vanish. For sailors in Southeast Asia, her story endures because it embodies the sea's ability to silence without reason. She is remembered not as a confirmed fact, but as a possibility too strange to dismiss. Crews still joke nervously when radios crackle with static. It's the Medan calling, but beneath the humor is unease. The Ourang Medan may be legend, yet her silence is real enough. She teaches that not every mystery leaves evidence, and not every wreck can be found. Sometimes the ocean holds a story so tightly that only echoes remain. In January 1906, the passenger steamer Valencia struck a reef off the coast of Vancouver Island. Though over a century has passed, her story still feels modern, because the silence of her end has lingered in Canadian memory. She was sailing from San Francisco to Seattle when foul weather forced her north. Blinded by rain and fog, she veered off course and struck rock in the night. Passengers scrambled to decks as waves tore through her hull. Lifeboats were lowered, but overturned in the surf. Some drifted for hours before capsizing. Others vanished instantly. The ship remained trapped against the reef for days, battered but visible. Families ashore could see her from cliffs, powerless as storms prevented rescue. Survivors later spoke of hearing cries through the wind, until silence fell. Searchers eventually found lifeboats washed far north, intact but empty. One was discovered decades later, still afloat in a sea cave, its wood preserved. It raised questions: how did these lifeboats travel so far, with no bodies, no signs of struggle? Why did so many vanish in sight of shore? The Valencia became a symbol of silence in Canada's maritime law. Mariners call her the ship that waits, because some say they still see her outline in storms, a ghost pressed against cliffs. She is remembered not just for loss, but for the unanswered questions she left. Why did so few survive when land was so close? Why did silence spread across the waves while people watched helpless from shore? Among coastal traders in Japan during the post-war years, one story was spoken more softly than others: the loss of the Duku Maru. She was a modest cargo vessel, built to connect small ports with larger hubs. In the early 1950s, she left with rice, textiles, and passengers who paid small fares for passage between islands. The night was calm, the crew relaxed, and the voyage was expected to be uneventful. She was last sighted passing a headland, her navigation lights steady. Hours later, silence replaced her. When she failed to arrive, search parties fanned out, expecting mechanical breakdown. Instead, they found planks and cargo bobbing gently near shoals, yet no hull, no lifeboats, no bodies. Witnesses in nearby villages reported a strange light offshore, some describing it as fire on the horizon, others as a glow beneath waves. But when boats reached the area, nothing was seen. Divers searched later, but currents had shifted, and no wreck was ever located. What haunts the story is not only the disappearance, but the ordinariness of her route. The Duku Maru sailed waters dense with fishing traffic and naval patrols, yet she managed to vanish completely. Families clung to rumors, piracy, volcanic disturbance, even military testing zones. None were proven. To this day, her fate is a local legend. For sailors who cross those straits, her name is muttered before night watch begins. The Duku Maru reminds them that even the most ordinary voyages can end in silence, leaving only floating rice sacks and half-heard stories to carry forward. The MV Bukoba was a ferry that ran routine routes across Lake Victoria, and for many communities she was more than transport. She was a thread between markets, schools and families, and people trusted her timetable without question. On the morning she left port, the lake looked ordinary, and passengers carried sacks, baskets, and children up the ramps, as they always did. The crew checked the lines and the radios, the manifest filled with names, and there was nothing to suggest the ordinary would not continue. When the Bukoba failed to arrive, concern grew quickly into dread, because crossings are predictable, and radios are meant to carry warnings. Search launches pushed into the route, and planes circled in lines, and at first the lake returned only wind and white caps. Then small things began to wash ashore: wooden planks, a life jacket, a woven basket, each piece ordinary, but placed now in a sea where a ship used to be. The sight of familiar items afloat made grief concrete, and people gathered on beaches watching simple things bob, as if asking why. Official inquiries pointed to overcrowding and maintenance problems. The Bukoba had been repaired many times, and her stability was compromised by cargo stacked on her open deck, and that practical fact could not be ignored. Still, those answers do not remove the hardest truth. The radios stayed silent when families expected a call. A captain trained to speak during trouble did not break the pattern, and that silence cut deeper than any storm ever could. Survivors who managed to reach shore on flotsam told similar things. The roll came suddenly, enough to toss people into the water before orderly evacuation could begin, and the ship heeled faster than anyone thought possible. Some remembered a low groan through the hull right before water swept decks, a sound like steel under strain, and then the hush. They spoke of people calling each other across waves, voices small against the lake's vastness, and the strange quiet that followed when the ferry tipped and time seemed to bend. Communities looked for answers in logs and reports, and those papers offered phrases like stability issues and cargo shift, and then reforms followed. Stricter manifests, tougher inspections, and improved life-saving gear. Yet regulations cannot stitch over memory. At markets and in small churches, people still tell how the lake returned pieces of home without the people who made them whole, and that story keeps the Bukoba alive differently than any official file can. For sailors, engineers, and captains who cross inland seas, the Bukoba became a warning practiced in briefings: check limits, secure cargo, and never assume silence equals safety. For those who lost family, the warning is personal, because a ship that should have been ordinary became the place where quiet began. When the watch changes on a moonlit crossing, a deckhand sometimes pauses at the rail to look toward the old route, remembering that the quietest failures are the ones you cannot hear coming. The SS Princess Victoria crossed the North Channel for years, trusted by travellers between Northern Ireland and Scotland, and her crossings were part of routine life for communities on both shores. She carried cars, goods, and passengers, and crews who sailed her knew the channel's moods. On one March night, the sea turned impatient, and the ferry's fate changed in ways that feel both modern and ancient, because the silence after the loss was as striking as the disaster itself. She left port on schedule, and weather reports suggested manageable seas, though the channel can twist a forecast into danger. As night fell, wind rose, and the ferry's bow took heavy seas, and passengers below chatted in lounges, while crew checked lines on deck. The vessel's design included wide, open vehicle decks, which are practical but vulnerable if water gets aboard. A single wave or a sudden series of waves can sweep those decks and change the ship's center of gravity in moments. Witnesses described a sudden onrush of water across the vehicle deck, and within minutes the ferry listed badly. Crew efforts to launch lifeboats were hampered by angle and wind, and some davits would not swing clear. Radios registered interference, and later a final fragmented call that cut off mid-phrase. Rescue vessels rushed toward the last known position, and yet by dawn the sea had given back only floating debris, and a few survivors clinging to wreckage. That lack of signal, that broken transmission, became the detail people could not let go. Investigations focused on ro-ro vulnerability, and the perils of free surface effect when water sloshes across large internal spaces. Regulations tightened for ferries after the disaster: better sealing of doors, stricter loading checks, and clearer weather go/no-go rules. But those rulings were only part of the answer. Families remembered the pause between radio words more than technical changes. They held the pocket of silence as evidence that something sudden and total had taken hold. Communities on both sides of the channel still observe the night quietly, and mariners who travel those waters speak of the Princess Victoria in tones that mix respect and caution. Captains brief crews more strictly now, and passengers are warned to watch decks and obey orders immediately, because seconds matter when water finds a way in. On anniversaries, families stand at the shore and look to where the ferry crossed, listening for a voice that did not come. The ferry's loss is taught in training, and it changed procedures in ports. Yet when sailors speak of that night, they use words less about paperwork and more about silence. The odd cut of the radio, the effort to call louder that did not reach anyone, the way the blackout of sound swelled where a ship had been. That memory does not fit neatly into reports. It belongs to people who waited, and to small towns that kept watch and could not be answered. The North Channel keeps their names because the sea requires memory, where voices have been taken. The Astarion had always been one of those ships that seemed to belong to the shoreline. Fishermen nodded at her as she passed, children waved at the painted bow, and the crew who manned her came from families who kept tide schedules like calendars. That familiarity made her loss harder to take, because disappearance from a known route feels like a betrayal of habit. She left port on an ordinary shift with cargo lashed and radios checked. Mid-voyage, a brief message marked position and speed, and afterward the channel fell oddly quiet. Initial thoughts were simple: interference, a faulty transmitter, a delay. But when the Astarion failed to answer successive calls, alarm turned the ordinary into something that had to be chased. Search boats and aircraft drew grids across the surface and found only fragments: a woven basket, a child's shoe, a crate lid with a company logo. Nothing large enough to explain such a sudden ending appeared. Lifeboats were absent, any oil sheen was thin and scattered. The sea did not offer a hull in pieces to settle the questions. Families on shore moved from hope to the slow territory of grief, without the consolation of bodies to bury or words to remember. Investigators examined logs and maintenance notes, and they lingered on a detail: a deferred hydraulic repair recorded during the last port call. On its own, that detail would have rested in a stack of paperwork, but the ship's manifest showed pallets stacked high on upper decks, and technicians asked whether a small leak, combined with cargo shift, could start a cascade. Mariners call it the free surface effect. Water where it should not be can move the center of gravity until a ship tilts and cannot recover. Small routine failures sometimes compound in ways charts and checklists do not capture. Official letters used careful language: probable capsize, insufficient time for Mayday, and those words tried to hold a hole where names had been. In taverns and at piers, port gossip offered different patterns: cargo shift, mechanical collapse, or a current that charts miss. None provided the comfort of a clear ending. Salvage teams ran sonar and found a dark shape. Divers filmed a listing hull, not shattered, but bowed inward in places, as if pressure had folded ribs toward the center. The final report described a chain, deferred maintenance, unsecured cargo, an ingress point at a hatch that had been sealed poorly. The explanation had the calm of diagrams. It did not close the margin of silence left behind. For the people who worked the docks, the lesson was immediate and practical. Captains who once trusted routine checked bolts twice and hatches thrice. Crews tightened lashings and refused last-minute loading. Astarion's name lived on not only as memory but as behavior. The smallest checks repeated daily, a kind of ritual that honors those who never came back. The sea keeps its reasons private, but those who remain learn to speak louder into the quiet. When watchstanders hear a clipped word on the radio now, they answer with more insistence. When a manifest looks crowded, they refuse to let it pass unchallenged. The ritual of care became the living margin against silence. The Aegis was a modern research vessel, designed to map currents and study fish stocks, and her systems reported in tidy packets that scientists liked. She worked the edge of the continental shelf, where upwellings change temperature, and where fishermen pay to know the tides. On one cruise she carried instruments, a small crew of technicians, and a few visiting scientists. They set out under calm skies, instruments warmed, and the mood focused on data, not drama. Midweek, a status update marked the ship as steady, and those ashore filed the reading into folders. Hours later, colleagues tried to radio the Aegis, and received only static and a single clipped syllable, as if someone had been interrupted. That interruption was minor in form, one syllable, one cut, yet it became severe in weight, because it prefigured disappearance. Search and rescue moved with trained efficiency, but the ocean resisted tidy outcomes. Debris collected into the standard catalogue, an instrument float, a torn tarpaulin, a waterproof logbook bearing smudges, but no names, no tender, no orange lifeboats, no continuous oil sheen. That lack was odd. Research vessels of that class carry redundant signals and emergency beacons that almost always transmit a location. Without those signals, the question hung heavier than any theory. Engineers inspected maintenance files and noted transient spikes in power during the evening watch. Power faults can cut communications abruptly, yet vessels have backups. Officially, a cascade of failures was proposed: electrical fault, rapid flooding of a forward compartment, possible shift of onboard loads. Colleagues who had sailed with the Aegis remembered small human details: the captain's tea at 4, the deckhand's battered toolbox, the way the ship hummed when instruments cycled. They kept those memories like a small resistance to erasure. Underwater teams mapped the seafloor and dived on a promising echo. The hull lay on a trench slope, largely intact with marine growth. There were no signs of catastrophic explosion. Divers speculated about an unnoticed maintenance port left open, or a sudden ingress where sea found a path through a weakened seam. The build-up could have been slow, a trickle then a tilt, yet how to explain no mayday? The absence of the beacon firing became as much a mystery as the hull itself. Committees convened and recommended stronger redundancy, mandatory automatic beacons that broadcast independent of crew action, and immediate distress protocols, prioritizing broadcast over troubleshooting. For scientists, the loss was both professional and personal. Data streams were cut off, and so were human lives. In labs and taverns, the same question circulated: had the water done something clever, or had human systems let silence claim a voice? When other research ships pass the site, they do so with quiet ritual. Instrument racks are double-checked, and radio drills run with higher intensity. The legacy is technical and human. Protocols became habits, and habit is a spoken liturgy against the hush. People learned that the ocean keeps answers too tightly, and that sometimes the only counter is redundancy, and the refusal to stay silent. The Coral Seeker was a small exploration trawler that skimmed reefs mapping habitat and recording growth, and she depended on careful planning and local seamanship. On a late-season trip, with the ocean glossy and gulls circling, The Seeker's last radio check announced steady position and a plan for a new survey patch. Shortly thereafter, a scratchy burst came through the main channel, a single phrase lost to static. Shore stations called back and received nothing. Search boaters combed the area, and beachcombers later found a few survey markers and a torn console panel. When divers reached the reef, they found the hull lodged against a steep drop-off, not shattered, but pressed into a pocket of slope. Inside, signs suggested hurried movement. Coffee cups tipped, charts scattered, a pair of gloves beside a pen frozen mid-stroke, and a camera mounted to the forward rail that recorded ordinary reef images and one final horizon shot at a strange angle. Technicians debated whether an uncharted current had pulled the stern into a pocket and arrested the vessel in a tilted posture, or whether a sudden internal event, an electrical fire or unexpected ballast failure, had disabled radios and forced frantic action. Neither theory fit cleanly. A fire would leave charring. The hull showed none. An uncharted current clashed with recent survey data. The human detail deepened the mystery. The Seeker's crew were local divers and scientists with reef knowledge. They took care with navigation and had protocols for emergencies. Survivors found washed ashore, told of the tilt coming fast enough to throw people yet without time to launch the emergency beacon. The absence of typical frantic recordings, yelled maydays, panicked instructions, made the day's end feel unnatural, as if whatever happened did so with a hush. Small boat regulations soon shifted. Authorities required redundancy for emergency beacons on research craft, and insisted on periodic checks, even for minor vessels. Seafarers argued that no instrument can replace attentive watch, and instructors re-emphasized lookouts over automated reliance. The Seeker's story taught a generation to turn small warnings into rehearsed alarms. Odd knocks, unexpected water smells, a change in engine tone are now rehearsed steps, rather than dismissible details. Years after the loss, students study the offshore footage and the Seeker's instruments, trying to reconstruct minutes with the rigor of science and the patience of grief. The reef keeps growing indifferent, and the place where the Seeker slipped holds both mapped contours and an oral map in which divers point and say, "Be careful here." The lesson folded into local practice. Small boats carry big responsibilities, and silence can be the loudest signal that something is wrong. Calliope was a survey vessel fitted with sonar arrays to map seabed contours and subsea cables, and her work was solitary, precision-driven, respectful of the dull, repetitive music of pings returning from the deep. One evening, a routine ping was followed by a voice that cut short, a breath of static, and then nothing. The Home Office tried the main channel and the emergency frequency. No reply came. Nearby ships altered course, and the first echoes on sonar led divers to find the Calliope bellied into soft mud on a slope, hull largely intact but partially submerged. Deck footage suggested immediate action had been attempted. Davits bore recent wear, a hatch partially closed, then reopen, ropes coiled and scattered, as if a tow had been made, and then abandoned. Engineers' logs recorded minor faults, but nothing catastrophic. Scientists speculated about localized physical phenomena, methane seeps that lower water density and change buoyancy, sudden upward plumes that scatter sonar and can in theory alter hull lift. If a bloom of gas passes beneath a ship, the water's ability to support the hull changes briefly and unpredictably. The idea resonated with researchers because it rooted mystery in oceanography, yet it required confirmatory signs on the seabed that were only partial. Other investigators considered human sequences, a fouled tow line that pulled the ship into an awkward angle, a maintenance valve left ajar that allowed ballast in, or electrical faults that cut the beacon and left the vessel silent. Each hypothesis required a piece of evidence that was partly present and partly missing. The absence of an emergency beacon signal was a sore point. Calliope had redundant beacons. If they had failed, why and how? The gaps multiplied the unease. Workshops convened, and the industry responded with a mixture of engineering fixes and cultural change. Automatic beacon triggers were refined to broadcast even if bridge action failed. Crews revised emergency doctrine, immediate broadcast first, troubleshooting second. Families set quiet buoys where the survey lines had trailed and put names on small plaques. The sea's hush had become a public ritual. Calliope's slope remains on maps, and when survey vessels pass the site, crew members run drills with stronger urgency. The ocean keeps its private reasons and often does not yield them to questions. Still, the site has changed behavior. People speak louder into the radio, and they let automatic beacons speak even when the bridge thinks it can handle a problem. Calliope's silence taught a practical, living lesson. In the long, patient work of the sea, the promptness of our voice matters. When silence seeks to arrive, it should find the world already calling back. The Midnight Plimsoll was a short-sea cargo ship, modest in size, and trusted by crews who knew the coasts like the backs of their hands. She ran regular trips between small ports and larger hubs, and everyone in those towns had seen her lights come in on 100 evenings. The ship had been crewed by a tight group of seafarers, men and women who worked long watches and shared coffee on cold decks, and they spoke of the route as part of home. So when a call came in that the Plimsoll had not answered routine check-ins, people felt the loss immediately, because absence from a familiar timetable matters in human ways. The day she left was ordinary. Cargo was loaded and lashed, papers stamped, and the forecast read as manageable. The captain sent a short update at dusk, a voice steady and clear, marking position and ETA. It was the kind of message families expected and noted. An hour later, when shore stations tried to reach her again, there was nothing but carrier noise and static. VHF channels answered with his, and the harbour felt small with unanswered calls. Search boats moved quickly, and aircraft flew patterns they had practiced thousands of times. Yet what they found first were small things: a crate lid with the company logo, a coil of rope that kept bobbing in the swell, a life jacket still buoyant and intact. No flotsam of the kind that speaks of slow sinking, no broken timber, no racks of scattered goods. The Plimsoll's wake had stopped mid-journey, and the surface near her last known track looked ordinary. Nothing that would explain a whole hull gone. Mariners traded theories in the mess rooms. Some suggested a sudden structural failure, a seam giving way in salt and old steel, and then the free surface effect taking hold so quickly there was no time to broadcast distress. Others thought of unseen collisions, containers lost to the sea, and taking a seam with them. But there were no AIS alerts and no other ship reported impact. A quieter voice in the debate wondered about something the instruments cannot always see: a patch of water where currents fold strangely, where a ship's motion changes in the space of a single breath. People nodded and did not nod, because none of the ideas captured the empty radio. Then came the logbook fragments. They were found washed among flotsam, and they showed neat entries: weather course, engine RPM, nothing that would cause alarm. The last entry before the blank read like many other last entries: position steady, holding speed. That ordinary sentence now bears the weight of absence. Families read it, and heard the calm in the voice, and then silence took it away. Officials catalogued possibilities, and wrote cautious reports. The words were clinical, and meant to hold many doubts in tidy phrases, and they asked for patience while teams searched deeper. Underwater surveys eventually located a dark shape on the seabed, and divers reported a collapsed superstructure and buckled plating. But the depth made full inspection difficult. It was not the neat answer anyone hoped for. The hull's state suggested sudden pressure and intrusion, but it did not say whether that had been slow or sudden, or how a ship of that class could give no signal before the end. In the years after, the port changed small rituals. Crews checked radios more often, and tested backup power the way priests test candles. Captains refused loads that might overtop the freeboard, and families kept a little more careful track of ETAs. The Midnight Plimsoll stayed in conversations for months, then years, as one of those names that sits quiet at the table. People do not need dramatic reasons to remember. They remember because an ordinary route became the place where silence arrived, and because ordinary words were the last anyone ever heard. The Arcadia was a passenger catamaran that ferried commuters and tourists between islands, and her runs were part transport and part performance. A small stage on water where people laughed and took photos. She was modern, with twin hulls and bright seating, and her crew were used to steady traffic and quick turnarounds. On a weekend when the sea looked like polished metal, she left with a full load, and the call that marked her crossing sounded casual. Approaching midpoint. Weather calm. The voice was light, because work can be light when nothing bad is expected. 10 minutes later, what followed on the radio was a scrap of noise, and then nothing. Shore stations repeated calls and called again, and the harbour grew louder with unanswered words. Sightings by other boats were contradictory. One skipper swore he saw the Arcadia's lights, steady and small. Another said he watched a wake that ended abruptly. People who had been on the harbour that day said the sea looked normal, and that made the silence strange, because the surface gives signs when it plans to break a ship. Search teams found floating shoes, a hat, a child's bag with snacks still inside. The items were ordinary, and ordinary items together create a human ache. Cameras ashore picked up baffling frames, a line of foam in 1 second, nothing in the next. Investigators turned over the Arcadia's maintenance schedule and radio logs, and they saw nothing to suggest a problem. Catamarans have redundancy, and the manufacturer boasted about systems designed to prevent exactly this kind of loss. Then eyewitness testimony carved a different image. A fisherman who knew those waters said he had seen the surface fold, as if a trough had opened under the catamaran and closed again. He used a small word, it looked like a pocket, and the word lodged in the minds of those who listened. Oceanographers later explained how internal waves and upwellings can create sudden changes in water density, and how high-speed craft can behave badly if they move through a changing medium. None of that becomes certainty, and none of it brings the Arcadia back, but it did change the conversation from blame to caution. The families waited for traces, and the small town that depended on the ferry pressed for answers that never came. In response, regulators tightened safety checks on high-speed passenger craft. Skippers were ordered to slow in certain zones, and captains were reminded that modern design is not immunity. Out on the water, instructions now require a louder check-in and a double-confirmed beacon. People remember the Arcadia, not only for what vanished, but for how quickly routine stops meaning anything. The sea keeps some of its reasons private, but it also leaves little laws behind in the shape of new rules that crews follow, because memory teaches better than reports. A cluster of small trawlers left port with the dawn in a northern fishing community, and they were the kind of boats that know the waves by smell. On those trips, men talk and laugh, and they keep eyes open on the glassy horizon, because nets are heavy and weather changes without ceremony. One night, under a thin moon, 3 boats radioed in sequence. A word about good haul, a joke about the size of the nets, a brief report that the radar showed a strange band ahead. The last call was a muttered phrase cut by static, and then the channel fell into silence. Rescue launches raced, and what they found were scattered nets and empty rafts, lines floating in the water as if the boats had been lifted out from beneath. Families matched faces to gear recovered on beaches and in coves, and the grief was immediate and small in the way villages are small. Neighbours bringing blankets, prayers offered in quiet rooms. There was no oil slick, and no sign of collision, only the nets and buoys, and the open water that holds its own counsel. Local fishermen told of a light in the water, not on the surface but beneath, and they spoke of fish behaving oddly as though an immense pulse had moved through the shoal. Scientists later sampled the area, and found anomalies in the water column, thermal shifts that could disturb sonar and confuse small skippers. These scientists used careful words: internal tides, seiches, sudden upwellings, and their language leaned toward caution because these events can look like trickery to crews who trust the sea. Families asked a more human question: why did no distress call carry farther? Radios were on, cell phones are less useful at that range, but satellite beacons should have fired. The missing signals became part of the puzzlement. Some speculated that electrical storms had interfered, or that a transient electromagnetic event had knocked out power. Others worried about a sheer absence. How fast could a craft go from working to gone, and why would an emergency beacon fail in that leap? Theories did not comfort the people who had cleaned nets and met nothing living on the deck. Regulations around fishing fleet safety changed. Boats were reassessed for redundancy, emergency beacons were upgraded, and training emphasized immediate broadcast rather than troubleshooting when things go wrong. The small community learned to check twice and call quickly because silence can be the first and only sign of a problem. Even now, when trawlers leave at dusk, skippers make an extra radio pass and note positions more often because they know what an unanswered minute can become. The tragedy of the 3 trawlers remains a quiet caution across coasts, not for the grandness of vessels lost, but for how ordinary gear can mark absence. Nets are meant to haul life, and when they float empty they remind people that some gaps are not fixed by words. The sea keeps its own timing, and nets do not pull what is not there. The memory of that night is a habit now, a louder call, a faster notice, because silence once took too much and gave too little back. The RV Aurora was a university research vessel, mid-sized, and equipped with sensors to measure plankton blooms and seabed composition. Her cruises were long and careful, and her crew included professors who read data like scripture. On a routine leg, while steaming over a continental slope, the Aurora sent a short data burst, and a friendly voice checked in. A few hours later the signal stopped. The research office called and received static. That static became heavier with each hour. Search and rescue found an odd scene. A slender set of sensor floats, a flared piece of lab equipment, and a single chart with annotations still fresh. No lifeboat, no flare, and no beacon had broadcast a clean position. Teams scanned the slope and found a dark outline where the hull lay partially buried. Divers noted no signs of fire and little hull damage, yet interior compartments showed evidence of flooding that started in a forward space and steamed backward as bilges grew heavy. The pattern suggested a sudden, localized breach that gave little time for action. Engineers pored over data from earlier legs and found a note about an experimental pump that had been installed to speed the sampling work. The pump had passed tests in harbour, and no one expected it to be a hazard. But at sea, in changing pressure, and with a small leak, mechanical faults can become catastrophic. Investigators proposed a scenario where the pump failed, water entered a void, and then moved through a path that bypassed alarms. Once flooding began, the free surface effect took hold, and the hull listed. The silence that followed was the radio falling quiet, as power blinked and emergency systems failed. Universities updated protocols and retrofitted redundancy, and the loss of the Aurora became a case study in risk and humility. Students learned that experimental gear is valuable, but that redundancy and human oversight remain essential. Crew training shifted to insist that any anomaly be treated as urgent, and that broadcasts be repeated even while teams try to fix a fault. For the families and colleagues of those lost, the changes were small consolation, and the sound of their voices in the last data packet is what people remember most. A human trace in a world that can be indifferent. The slope where the Aurora rests is now a marker in research maps and a lesson in lab meetings. Scientists crossing the same angle test beacons twice and check bilge alarms with fresh rigor. The sea keeps its reasons, and researchers accept that theory must bow to practice. In the end, the Aurora taught a generation that silence is not neutral. It is a warning that we must learn to hear earlier than we do, and that the best instruments are those that still let human voices be heard when things go wrong. The Midnight Echo was a regional freighter that ran a familiar triangle between bustling ports, and for the crews who sailed her, the route felt almost domestic. They knew the tides, the small weather quirks, and which buoy lights blinked faint when the fog rolled in. On a clear night in late summer, the vessel reported routine course and speed, and the bridge sounded calm and ordinary. The voice on the radio was steady, the kind that comes from repetition and confidence, and families ashore tucked messages into the day's finish. Then the signal cut off in the middle of a line. The cut sounded abrupt and odd, and when operators called back, nothing came through. That blank turned ordinary anxiety into the shape of a search. Search teams deployed quickly and methodically. Aircraft flew grids and helicopters skimmed low, and support tugs combed the surface on parallel paths. What they found first were small objects that meant so much precisely because they were small: a thermos stamped with a company logo, a single orange glove that bobbed like a small buoy, a wooden pallet intact and drifting. Those things told a simple human story. People had been here recently, and now they were not. But they did not explain how a steel hull and its crew could vanish without a trace. Engineers examined maintenance logs from the Midnight Echo's last call. The list read normally: pump checks, a minor mention of a started hydraulic leak that had been patched temporarily, and a note that crew would monitor ballast. Patching things at sea is common, because time matters and ports are busy, and sailors are practical about small faults. Yet when small things line up, a temporary patch, a load shifting slightly during a turn, a strip of weather that moves faster than predicted, the result can be greater than the sum of parts. People called it an accident, but the silence made the label feel thin. Investigators dug deeper into design, looking for anything a hull might be hiding. The Midnight Echo's class had been praised for efficient cargo handling, and she carried containers on open decks. In rough water, those stacks press like a chest into the structure. If lashings fail, a sudden shift can ask steel to bend in ways it was not meant to. Captains on sister ships nodded when told this, because they had felt the nervous twitch of a deck full of stacked metal when a swell came at just the wrong angle. They also knew that radios and beacons are designed to call automatically, which made the lack of a clear distress call cut deeper. Families watched the news and learned terms: free surface effect, rapid ingress, hatch failure, and those technical phrases tried to hold a grief that did not fit diagrams. In town halls, investigators read charts and explained that a small flood can move quietly, filling voids and starving alarms of power by the time radio operators reach for the mic. In private, though, people asked the human question: why did no one shout? Why were there no words? Those questions came from the space left where voices should have been. Months later, remote cameras and deep water scans found the Echo's hull at an Angel on the seabed. The wreck lay more intact than many expected, but her bow plates bent inward like someone had closed their hands. The final report assembled pieces, where that compounded, a patched leak under the forecastle, cargo that had shifted and pulled structural seams. But even the diagram would not speak the last minute aloud. People read it, and still felt the blank. What changed after the Midnight Echo's loss was practical and small. Lashings were inspected twice, not once. Temporary patches were never left in place for long without portside confirmation. Captains made shorter turns in heavy cross sea, and radio checks became more frequent. Those are quiet changes, and they spread in coffee rooms and on briefings rather than in headlines. For sailors, habit is a form of memory. The Midnight Echo taught them that sometimes the sea removes more than a ship. It can remove the chance to speak. So the work became to speak sooner, to call quickly, and to assume that silence is a danger in itself. The Northern Iris was a ferry of modest size that served island commuters, and its crossings were stitched into daily life. Passengers trusted familiar hours, and the soft clank of the ramp as cars rolled aboard. The ferry left a sheltered harbour on a morning that showed promise. The sky held a thin blue, and fishermen commented on the clean air. Midway in the run, a voice on the public address system said something like "stand by," and then the channel blinked off like a lamp. The blip sounded small, but for crews who ran the line, it became a key that opened questions later. What happened next was the kind of slow terror that feels worse than sudden collapse. The Northern Iris began to list, not violently at first, but in that particular way where the furniture slides, where conversations die because people feel the floor shifting. Children clutched pockets and passengers looked up, and crew ordered calm and guided people toward muster stations. There was time, but not always the right time. Evacuation procedures require stable angles to lower lifeboats and to walk to deck, and when a ship's tilt exceeds the window, the options narrow suddenly. Investigators later learned the ferry had carried extra weight that morning, and although manifests listed cargo, the reality in tight corners was that small loads, stacked poorly, had a way of moving. The key mechanical failure likely started with a valve left ajar after a routine deck wash. Water flowed into the car deck and could not be pumped out fast enough, and the action combined with an unlucky swell to push the center of gravity beyond recovery. When the ferry tilted too far, decks flooded and doors jammed. The public address audio that captured the first words became a haunting echo, the captain telling crews to secure passengers, and then the muffled noise of machinery struggling behind the scenes. Families who survived insist that the crew worked hard, and several accounts describe disciplined calm. That very discipline, however, had a cost. Passengers were told to remain seated, and in the minutes that followed, the ferry's angle made moving nearly impossible for many. Critics later argued that instructions should have emphasized immediate movement to higher ground. Yet for families who lost loved ones, the question remained: had the crew waited too long to order abandoned ship? The debate moved beyond technique to culture, how people accept authority even when danger becomes apparent. The ferry's hull was eventually recovered mostly intact, and reports focused on the chain, unsecured cargo, a maintenance oversight, and a delayed evacuation. Regulations tightened rapidly. Authorities demanded stricter checks on vehicle decks, better sensors to detect water ingress, and mandatory drills for crews and even for daily passengers, because a ferry's regularity can lull people into inaction. Lessons were passed like tools at the next port. Inspectors watched manifesting closely, and captains read their checklists aloud. Beyond policy, the Northern Iris taught a quieter lesson about human choice at sea. People remembered not only how the deck tilted, but how quickly words can fail. A calm voice over a speaker, the trust that buys minutes of delay, can become the last thing someone hears before silence swallows them. After the loss, communities put small rituals into place: public safety briefings, stickers on ticket stubs, reminding people how to move in an emergency, because memory had become an instrument of prevention. Sailors and travelers learned that routine is helpful until it is not, and the moment habit fails is exactly when a louder voice must be heard. The Salt Wren was a mid-sized trawler that fished continental shelves, where currents meet, and where the sea is always learning. Her crew were locals who knew shoals like family members. On a night with a full sea sky, she sent a brief check-in, and then a short wave of static followed by silence. What followed turned out to be a puzzle about what the ocean can do quietly, and what human systems can fail to catch. Searchers found nets, buoys, and a scatter of personal gear, and then a pattern that repeated in accounts: no clear collision, no oil slick, and no visible signs of a long struggle. Local fishermen spoke of an odd glow beneath the surface, the night the Salt Wren disappeared. An internal light, not from the sky, but from water stirring bioluminescence, that flared up in unusual ways. Scientists later posited that an internal wave, a massive subsurface movement that rolls at different layers, could have interacted with the trawler's hull, causing it to pitch in ways the small craft could not compensate. In technical terms, an internal wave can generate a sudden shearing force that feels like the ground shifting under feet. For a trawler, the effect can be quickly dangerous. Engine reports and the maintenance log showed a different angle. There had been a minor electrical fault weeks earlier that had been fixed, and the emergency beacon had been serviced, but a recent rain had corroded a junction that technicians missed. If the beacon failed to auto-trigger because of that corrosion, then the silence on the emergency channel was not purely the ocean's doing. Technology had a hand. The combined story, natural and man-made, made the loss complex in a way that left communities uneasy. In the wake of the Salt Wren's loss, small boat safety programs doubled down on redundant power systems for beacons and required physical connectors be checked after every storm. Training emphasized immediate signal rather than troubleshooting, so crews would prioritize getting a message out, even if it meant leaving tools and gear behind. The lesson was practical because grief had given it teeth. Families said that a quicker beacon could have changed who was pulled from the water and who was not. Socially, the trawler's disappearance altered how people in coastal towns spoke about the sea. Where before fishermen honored tradition and intuition, Now they also checked cables and counted devices with the same care as nets. Schools taught students about internal waves and the strange physics of layered water. People learned to listen for science as well as for older navigation instincts. And when nets are hauled now, crews often pause to look past the swell at the water's surface, not just to see the line, but to sense the layer beneath it. Memory changed practice, and practice became the living antidote to silence. The Pacific Orion was a roll-on/roll-off freighter that sailed long runs across the Pacific links, and she carried not only containers, but vehicles, and the lives that depend on steady trade. On a voyage that started with blue skies and smooth motion, she issued a routine update to traffic control, and then, 15 minutes later, a final broken transmission that cut off at a word. The abrupt break carried no drama in sound, but carried everything in its absence. Families and colleagues, who later replayed that message, intensified small syllables into geography. They listened for cadence and decided meaning in the gaps. The search that followed used everything modern navigation affords: satellite overlays, AIS tracking, and sonar sweeps. What they found was an array of floating cargo and a strange scattering of debris consistent with a ship that had been stressed and then settled. Deep water searches located a shadow on the seafloor. When divers reached the site, the hull lay fractured in places, and investigators found that multiple pre-existing stress points in the ship's structure had been worsened by a known issue, a manufacturing variance that left some weld seams marginally thinner than design called for. On their own, these thin seams might never be noticed, and in calm seas, they would have been harmless. When combined with weather and a concentrated load of cargo, however, there is a moment where a seam gives, and the structure's failure travels like a zipper. The failure sequence can be fast. Bipier's sequence can be fast. One seam can open and send a shock through a hull, while the crew is still thinking in terms of repair. Radios may fail as power arcs, and shuts down emergency circuits. A broken weld is not visible from the bridge, and so the last minutes can feel indistinct. Routine checks, a muffled sound, and then a silence that blankets all instruments. Regulators later required more sample testing of seam quality on similar classes of ships, and companies added non-destructive inspection cycles that were more frequent and more thorough. Beyond the technical fixes, there is the human ripple. Souls on shore learned the taste of having no closure. Crews in other companies read the findings not as abstract lessons, but as directions for how to hold ship better, inspect welds that industry deemed marginal, keep manifest margins, and not push the limit of design, and test emergency power under simulated fault. The Pacific Orion's end reshaped maintenance culture, from a set of obligations to a daily ritual of care. The sea offered no judgment. It held its reasons in the way steel failed and water entered. What people could change were the habits that greet a new crossing: inspections done without haste, redundancy built not just as checkboxes, but as lived practice, and a readiness to broadcast in the first odd second. The Pacific Orion's loss is taught in training rooms now, and read in logs of ships that sail the same lanes, because silence will come for no one who assumes the sea owes them time to speak. You are on the bridge for a moment, and then the world narrows quickly to a line of horizon and a set of instruments, and that is where this story begins. The Horizon Echo was a modern multipurpose freighter, and she ran a well-traveled route through a gulf that connects busy ports. Her hull was steel, her holds were modern, and her bridge was lined with devices that meant to keep watch, even when the weather changed. The crew were steady hands who had worked together for years, and they knew the route like a map in their bones. So when she sailed on a night that seemed ordinary, and then fell silent, the absence felt wrong in a very human way. She left port with cargo tight, manifests clean, and radios checked. The captain sent a routine position report at dusk, and the voice sounded calm and sure, and families ashore made whatever they needed to make for the next day. The ship moved under steady engines and stars above, and then a faint interference came across the channel. It lasted only a breath, and then voice and signal went. Shore stations tried again, and then again, and the line remained empty. That emptiness is the first thing people remember. Not a roar, not a crash, but silence after ordinary words. Search boats cut grids across the Gulf, and helicopters circled in practiced arcs, and what they found first were small things that make grief real. An officer's cap, a life jacket still tied, but with no one in it, a crate lid with a shipping label floating cleanly. Nothing large bobbed, no hull, no continuous oil sheen. It is one thing to look for wreckage and find it. It is another to look and have the sea return only small pieces of a life. Families gathered at piers, and the waiting filled the town like weather. Investigations named the usual suspects: rogue wave, hull failure, cargo shift, mechanical catastrophic failure. But the Gulf had satellite coverage and automatic identification systems, and those tracks showed nothing abnormal until the last signal. Engineers who later examined fragments spoke of possible chain failures, a seal that gave way in a forward tank, water that crossed bulkheads and overwhelmed pumps, and then electrical systems that tripped all at once. When power goes, radio goes, and when radio goes there is no short sentence to say goodbye. That is the knowledge that takes root in docks and down in mess rooms. Diver teams swept the seabed with sonar, and found a dark scatter of metal miles down. It was not neat wreckage, and it was not a single plate that would explain everything. Some plates were bent inward, and some showed signs of heat, while others did not. Some engineers said the pattern suggested a hull implosion under pressure, and others said it looked like a long snap that had started in one spot and run like a zipper. None of those technical metaphors fixed the blank in a parent's day. What followed were hearings and changes. Inspectors tightened rules for structural checks and cargo lashings. Companies revised emergency training so that Mayday procedures are automatic and redundant, and they required that beacons cannot be switched off by crew error. Those rules helped, and they were concrete, and they made the channels safer in measurable ways. But people told each other a different lesson that fell between the lines of regulation. Call sooner and call loudly, because silence moves faster than you expect, and help takes time. Communities also changed small rituals. When a ship sails now, someone phones to confirm, and then people listen to the radio as if music, and they mark the hours until the expected return. Mariners altered habits too. They tested backups twice, and they refused last-minute loads that would crowd a deck. These actions are not dramatic, and they are not headlines, but they are the daily instruments of prevention. The Horizon echo stayed in memory, not because of what sank, but because the crew had no time to speak, and that silence became a lesson people still use. The sea keeps reasons to herself, and the Gulf stayed the same color the next week. The water did not declare what had happened, and investigators reached conclusions that were practical but partial. Near the docks, boys still count lights and call them out, and old sailors pause when a freighter passes, and feel that same small tightening in their chest. They know the ocean will not announce explanations. It takes, it keeps, and sometimes it does not leave enough to tell us how or why. That is what makes these stories live. They are not just about steel and charts, but about ordinary moments ending with no answer, and the ways people learn to live with that absence. The Black Wake was a short-haul tanker designed for coastal runs and fuel transfer. She was not built for storms, and she was not meant for the open ocean, but she worked the long gulf between refineries and harbours, and her schedule kept lights on in many towns. On departure she was full, the engine room hummed, and the crew joked about weather that should not trouble them. Nothing in the manifest suggested trouble, and yet, a single call cutting off in the middle of a sentence became the last sound anyone heard. When radio traffic stopped, the harbour authority organised a response, and the first response found an oil sheen that was patchy, and it moved in ways that did not match wind and tide. Then they found an odd line on the surface, a dark, curving sweep, like a scythe's mark. It curved in a pattern as if something heavy had passed, and stirred the water in a way beyond ordinary current. That pattern haunted technicians because it suggested motion that satellites and AIS would have recorded, and they had gaps where they needed detail. Divers later found the wreck on a shallow shelf. The hull lay on its side with part of the superstructure crushed, Investigators looked for collision marks and found none, and they looked for mechanical blowouts and found traces of melted wiring. The pattern of damage suggested both a structural failure and a localized heat event. Heat and sea meet badly, because metal expands and then collapses, and when that happens a hull may fail in stages. Engineers proposed a scenario where a small unnoticed fire started in an inaccessible compartment, and the crew's firefighting systems were perhaps delayed or misdirected, while the pumps failed elsewhere. There were other possible causes too. Some experts argued for an undetected structural fatigue, a seam weakened by years and waves. Others pointed to the cargo. Fuel stored under heat can change pressure in pipes and manways, and that pressure can push where seals were once tight. The final report rode both rails and called for better inspection, and yet families kept asking why the crew could not send a normal distress and why lifeboats were not used. The answer is bitter and practical. When systems fail in cascade, they take radios and lights and even alarms with them, and then there is little more than hands and time between you and the water. Towns affected by the spill saw not only missing people but damaged shorelines, and clean-up took months. Fisherfolk lost income and the tasting of smoke lingered for years. The environmental cost turned the human story outward, and the region's people called for stricter oversight for tankers. New rules came that limited loads near coasts, and companies were fined so that the pain of silence had clear consequences. Yet in the ports, crews still check seals with the same care they used to check nails. They learned that the ocean is patient and that small faults can become catastrophic when allowed to sit. The Black Wake is remembered not as a headline, but as a teaching night. It taught men and women to say Mayday the instant power falters, to carry a beacon that transmits independently, and to keep cargo well within limits even when schedules pressure choices. The sea did not tell them lessons softly, it took their colleagues. What survivors did in wake of that loss was to make redundancy a habit, and to make loud the default. Because silence is an answer no one wants to hear again. This story is not of a single ship, but of a mission that left with science, and came back with questions. A group of research vessels set out to study a storm track and oceanic eddies, and they were specialists with specialized gear, and their work required quiet focus. They broadcast their plans to a shore center, and the center broadcast those plans to local authorities. On the second night of the mission, one of the smaller vessels issued a truncated report, and then fell off the network. The other ships reported small GPS jitter, and then a pattern of silence that crept across the mission, like a fog. People sent more research craft to search, and then commercial trawlers joined the sweep. They found data floats, and a cracked instrument buoy, and they found camera housings, and a lunchbox marked with a university logo. Pieces of project work bobbed across miles, like puzzle pieces, without the picture. The mission equipment is expensive and precise, and the loss put more than lives at risk. It put years of study into pause, and left families bereft of closure. Technicians examined the recovered instruments, and found anomalies in readings. There were spikes in acoustic data that no one had expected, and those spikes suggested a localized event underwater, an explosion or a rapid gas release. Methane outgassing from the seabed can produce dramatic physical effects, and when such a plume rises, it can change buoyancy locally. A ship's sonar will be scrambled in those moments, and an emergency beacon might fail if electrical lines are jolted, or if a power surge follows. Oceanographers proposed that a sequence of small geological events could have created a vertical column of rising gas and turbulent water, and that column might have thrown a small vessel into instability. Other experts did not agree, and some argued for mechanical or human errors. The leading theory merged both: a small vessel operating in an area with unpredictable seabed dynamics, with experimental gear taxing its power systems, could easily be caught by a rare event. When testing and backup are minimal, and a natural event unfolds fast, things go from safe to critical in minutes. That is the cold calculus of risk. After the loss, institutions tightened safety rules for research operations. They required independent emergency beacons and constant redundancy, and they insisted that no single craft go beyond communications range without an unmanned relay. But scientists also took a philosophical toll. They learned not to treat the ocean like a predictable lab, and they taught students to respect the environment they measured. The loss of the fleet taught that research is humbling, and that silence can be a kind of data, an absence that speaks of unknowns. At memorials, the families of scientists hung small instruments and notes from lines, and colleagues vowed to finish the work their friends had started. The sea keeps its secrecy, and sometimes it keeps people as well. The research community took that secrecy into itself, and made changes out of memory. They added beacons and insisted on redundancy, and they read the ocean more carefully. But even with new rules, questions remained, and those questions keep the subject alive in labs, in field notes, and in quiet conversations over coffee, when ships are docked again. The Deep Light was a survey vessel used to map submarine cables and to test deep LED arrays for seabed work. She was new, and she ran in waters that combined shipping lanes with submarine canyons. She conducted a night run to lay markers for a future cable and to test lights that would help undersea robots find their paths. Her crew was technical and careful, and they transmitted a simple status: all systems go. Then they sent a short correction, and the channel cut into static. That static was the last communication ever received. The search found a line of instruments and a single tethered float, and then a break. The hull lay in a deep trench, and automatic instruments showed a pattern of light that ended abruptly. Technicians who later reviewed camera footage that survived on a backup described an odd luminous bloom in the water near the final descent. The bloom looked like a curtain of light in the deep, and as engineers debated possible bioluminescent causes, they also worried about electric interference. Lights underwater are powerful, and when they fail in the wrong way, they can feed back into systems. Engineers found signs that some circuits had failed in cascade, and that those failures could have cut power to the emergency beacon. The vessel's own lighting load can produce fields that interfere with GPS signals nearby, and when that happens, automatic position reporting becomes unreliable. The likely scenario they sketched was painfully plain. A new system pushed the envelope. It created an electrical fault in a place that was hard to reach, and that fault closed off power and communications faster than the crew could repair it. The accident led to a worldwide review of how survey vessels test new gear at sea. Independent power lines, fail-safe breakers, and inertial navigation backups became standard. Companies insisted that any new lamp or instrument must be tested in harbour conditions for months before sea trials begin. The changes were specific, and they were measurable, and they reduced risk where that loss had shown it. What remains in memory is not the technical fix but the human trace. The Deep Light's last data packet recorded footsteps and a voice, and that voice became small and human when played back in a memorial. The sea had taken a technical crew who had pushed at limits, and the community rebalanced ambition with caution. That balance is now a shared practice, and it shows how losses reshape work. People learn to speak sooner and to trust backups not as paperwork, but as lifelines. Thank you for staying with us through these long waters, and thank you for listening closely. If you listened all the way here, then you carried every creak and every silence with us. And that is the point, to remember the people, and to respect the sea. If you hear a creak on a ship, call it out, and if you see a light cut, answer it quickly, because these stories are not only history, they are lessons people paid for with lives. If this episode left you thinking, share where you are listening from, and what time it is there, because we want to know how far these voices travel. Drop a note below, and tell us if you have a quiet shipping lane, or a personal memory you want us to mention. We read what you send, and we hold it with care. Goodbye for now, and thank you for joining this deep listen. Until the next video, keep a steady watch, and keep those beacons loud, because out on the water, every voice matters. See you in the next video.